What do you mean they blew up the Death Star? Oh,
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we are back with a very normal
Honey, do we have a
day
mattress?
playing some LE. Hello. Oh my gosh, my lights are like, or my glasses are like super reflective off the lights. Hello everyone, how are we doing today? How are we doing? No beard. Wife said, all right, shave it. I said, yes, ma'am. I said, yes, ma'am. What's a normal day? A non-event day? He's like a hairless cat. We miss you. Is it ever a normal day on this stream? These are questions I can't answer, but you're right, it never is. You look like you're in your early 20s. Do I look younger? My wife said with a bald head and that beard, I look like meaner. I was like, yeah, I'm the danger. Duh. Like, what do you mean? Of course. That makes sense. Hoofprint, babyface is back. Panther, no beard. No. What's up, everybody? Hello. 2 days off from the almost 41-day subathon. My allergies are in fuego because we were working in the yard and planting new little bushes and flowers and weeding. And it was a good couple of days. Fully cleaned the studio, and I mean fully cleaned the studio, like took everything apart, dusted it, took the computer outside, cleaned it, vacuumed, completely reset the studio, and like cleaned, like uninstalled a bunch of programs, updates, got the computer, I think, in a good spot, watched a couple movies with the kiddos, bike rides. It was a really good 48 hours. It was a really good 48 hours. No, I mean, it was bad. It was a bad 48 hours because, you know, I didn't have you guys there. And it felt weird. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. By the way, still says Dwarven Realms on the stream. I don't even know what you need. Yeah, right. It says Dwarven Realms on the stream. He didn't miss us. He missed shopping. I did not do any shopping, believe it or not. That being said, I did go to the shop, and I've got 3.6 million in unclaimed now. 3.6, and I'm at gold cap. We're approaching 6 billion gold in LE. I was looking through builds, and I was like, what is a build that is always requested that I never update? And I have an accessibility build. I've been asked over and over again, Aaron, if I've only got, you know, if it's hard for me to click, if I could only push one button, what do you recommend? And normally I have my only minions build, only minions. And I figured I was going to work on that today. Pure Necro Minion. I love those. Yeah, that's the plan. Now, people are always like, well, I always make this build, and then people are like, how can you not take Dreadshade? This isn't optimized. And I'm always just like, that's not what it's for. That's not what it's for. I saw Ziz tried Terraria, so I tried it, and now I don't know what a clue to do. Wait, did you see that he was playing it and then you got it, or did you watch him play it and learn? Now make a 17 button build. That's a better idea. Now that the subathon is done, can we get some YouTube love? The emote game here. Hoofprint, truth be told, I don't know. I got multi-stream working and multi-chat working, which I feel proud of. We were able to stream to YouTube the entire subathon, which didn't happen the previous two. So I'm happy with YouTube's functionality. The fun stuff, I literally know nothing. I'll add it to the list of do some research. I don't know any of that stuff. Making a note. Need to research fun stuff on YouTube stream. All right, I got it. No beard, no hair. We've got an imposter. Who, me? I used to play your lazy necro pet build. I literally was just a walking missile. I didn't need to press anything. Exactly. That's exactly right. So right now we're spec'd into Golemmancer, and I will stay in Golemmancer. I've got an idea that maybe we could rebuild only minion around Pebble's set. That's kind of my plan for today. Aaron, is that going to work? No, it's not going to work. But that's the plan. It'll be fine. Okay, fine. I'll make my 5th character this season. 5th? I like that. I like that idea. We're still gathering stats. I'll make my recap video. I do that at the end of every subathon, so everybody could see all the donations and everything that came in. We love numbers. Is it true you're going to give all your stuff to your chat? No, because then they call it RMT, right? Because we just had a subathon, so I don't want people to claim pay to win. So I can't do that. Pebbles will work if you focus on capping minion resist, right? I have no idea. This is the truth, Guilty. I like making sets in the game, and I haven't made a Pebble set. So that's what we're going to do. And then if it sucks, it's still fun. And I have to go to the bazaar to make the Pebble set, so I get to stay in my happy place. There's just so much good about doing it. Tea time, good morning. Yes, finally, minions. Still want you to make the Ghost Flame build. Ghost Flame. Fence still core. Fence is still there. I didn't take it down. You'll notice there's less weeds. There's still weeds, though. We're working on it. We got some new little lavender bushes that were planted. You just can't help but go to the bazaar, sir. Oh. Thank you. Oh. Oh, it says happy on the cup. Oh, it makes me happy. Good morning, sir. How are you today? I'm great. I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Strange streamer on camera. Yes, the wife's like, you look too mean with a bald head and a beard. I want you to shave it. And there's like no arguing. It's like, yes, ma'am. So I shaved my yesterday. Hello, Mr. Aaron. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. There's no clock on the stream. Oh, it's so nice. Thanks, Otter. People always say I look way younger when I shave. Like, I don't know if that's true. It's because you can't see the gray. True? You do, man. Like 15 years, no offense. That's okay. Last stream, you look like a dad. Now you look like a son. Uh-oh. I don't look wisdomous anymore. I'm more of a totem guy. I love LE, but PoE has more than cooler totems. Wish we had like a searing bond. No beard and no hair. I'm not sure if I trust you anymore, right? I get it. I can't give advice anymore because I'm just this young punk kid with no life experience. Who the hell would ever listen to me, you know? It's funny, the wife's like, you're going back to streaming already? It's only been 2 days. I was like, yeah, but kids are at like the water park and out with friends. I made 2 videos yesterday. One I dropped this morning. It's like, yeah, let's stream for a little bit. Oh, also, I did miss you guys. Today we will watch, whenever a video gets sent to me over and over and over again, I feel like I have to watch it. Oh my gosh. Everyone keeps sending me Talkative Tries PoE 2 interview. And, do I have it set up? I'm not actually walking to the fence, by the way.
He loaded up strong, said this is the one. But 10 mobs in and he's already done. He drops his gear, accepts the pain. Time to walk that path again. It's the walk of shame to the defense line. Another death, another sign. One more mark on that board of blame. Aaron's back in the walk of shame. His build looked good, his plan was tight. But RNG said not tonight. Now he stares at that white fence wall. Sharpie ready for the fall. It's the walk of shame to the defense line. Another rip in real time. One more tick in that hall of fame. Aaron's living the walk of shame. He swears it was swamp gas bending light. Reflections off Venus messed up his fight. It wasn't me, he starts to claim. Then sighs and writes his dying name. It's the walk of shame to the defense line. Another build past its prime. One more name in the wall of pain. Aaron's king of the walk of shame. He blames the lag, he blames the map, he blames a stray one-shot trap. But we all know how this ends with the marker and that fence. It's the walk of shame to the defense line. Another tale, another sign. Whiteboard full, but still the same. Aaron's back in the walk of shame.
What do you guys think of my new AI? Pretty good, right? Very nice. That's what I'm saying. I've seen better. Oh, brother. Speaking of the clock, did you listen to the end of the Subathon clock? No, you have to send it to me directly. I have not heard that. You made a song on the end of the subathon? These glasses look a bit like mine. They're just blue light glasses. I really do feel like an old man. Dude, we were working in the yard yesterday, and oh my gosh, I don't know. Like my allergies, I had to do like a nasal rinse last night. I was all stuffed up. Man, I felt jacked up after working in the yard one day. My eyes were all red. Jeez. What the hell happened to me? Anyways. I was very lucky with no allergies. Normally I'm okay. You know, take an allergy pill, something like that. Welcome to advanced stage. Yeah, I was jacked up. I mean, I'm still like congested. That is what you get for trying to get us to go outside. Well, you know, I want you guys to be healthy in the outside. Guys. I got some poison res. For outside? You're right, I didn't have my poison res idols. See, some sunshine occasionally is good for us. So that's why you go outside and then tell us it's not worth it. You guys, it's important to get fresh air. There's allergies. I saw spiders and bugs yesterday and black crickets and other people like walking by on with their dogs, and you know, I interacted with. Just think about how great that sounds. Other humans, bugs, allergies, sun, dirt, you know. I'm allergic to other humans. Oh, come on, guys. Can't be that bad. Right? Other people are the worst. I'm allergic to all humans. Ew, talking to other people. Oh, coffee tastes good. All right, what did Hoofprint send? The clock ran out. Oh man, Hoofprint made another song. I wrote a song about it. Want to hear? Here it goes.
The timer's done, the screen fades black. Air and smile, that's what we lack. The chat is quiet, hearts are sore. The Subathon has ended forevermore. Oh, Aaron, no, Aaron, the time is gone. No more streaming from dusk till dawn. The countdown is 0, the end is here. We wave goodbye with a single tear. Oh, Aaron, no, Aaron, the time is gone. No more streaming from dusk till dawn. The countdown is 0, the end is here. We wave goodbye with a single tear.
It is Shakira, right?
The blips rest, the hype trains are still. The chat scrolls slower, it feels unreal. No more sub goals, no more late nights. The stream fades out like dimming lights. Oh, Aaron, no, Aaron, the time is gone. No more streaming from dusk till dawn. The countdown is 0, the end is here. We wave goodbye with a single tear. Oh, Aaron, no, Aaron, the time is gone. No more streaming from dusk till dawn. The countdown is 0, the end is here. We wave goodbye with a single tear. The Subathon
That's fun. Thanks, Hoofprint. Iron's Will finally dropped the other day. Yay! Woohoo! Guilty, the beard had to go. Wife said, it is time. What we got here? Maybe a heavy poison dot focus, melee poison wraith. Maybe. I'm thinking Pebble set with fire archers. Huh? I don't know.
Are you ready?
No, don't do it. I'm nervous. Don't do it.
You guys, we're done with blurps. Blurps are pretty much over with. The blurps never stop. What do you mean, never?
That is the worst idea I've ever heard in my life, Tom.
Yes. Yes, it's horrible.
I just ran that whole thing to get the device at the end. But it wasn't a regular cemetery. It was a woven one. I need that one. Never no blurps. The first one was sung by a guy, but it sounded too mean. Oh, by the way, Guilty. I was looking through YouTube copyright stuff. You need to shorten the Fireball song to under 10 seconds. That is triggering an audio copyright for ripping the music. Good sir. Like, what the hell is this one? Oh, the Fireball blurb. Unbelievable. Yeah, blurps, if it's audio, like a literal movie or a song, has to remain under 10 seconds. Also, I hold you responsible. Apparently, I am addicted. Wait, addicted to what? Hey, Kaiser. Good morning, sir. Stayed up a little late last night to get solo Raptor build done so I could post it in the morning and almost immediately start streaming. And then, man, the wife's like, are you okay? I couldn't get out of bed this morning. And that's like, you know, we went to bed kind of late, 12:30. But the kids normally wake me up every morning. But since it's summer, there's no one to wake me up. I like peeled myself out of bed at 9. I can't even tell you the last time I woke up at 9. That is very late for me. You're addicted to Dwarven Realms. Yeah, I understand that. That I do get. That's an addiction I understand. Every time I find something that I know is valuable, I just think like, oh man, do I even put it up for sale? Oh man, I'm like, what the hell are we fighting? It's a shade of Oribus in the tomb. What is it, a polka addiction? No, I just found this. A 5/5, which is a perfect vitality health regen with 21 poison resistance. Wow, I'm almost at 6 billion gold. 6 billion gold. That's an absurd amount of gold. It is a lot of gold. We could actually buy red rings if we wanted to, you know? I could buy 2 1 LP red rings and slam minion dodge on it, you know, and leave them on the ground. Should start an LE space program. That's not a bad idea. I'm happy you finally slept. What's up, Toad? Oh yeah, last night was the most slept I've gotten in a long time. And again, I'm not blaming it on that. I don't know, but my eyes were like so red and I was so congested after working in the yard all day. I don't know, maybe my allergies kept me in bed. Abusing the bazaar again. I'm not abusing the bazaar. I just get the items I need. Yeah, that's it. No, sprinklers are, we're calling out sprinkler people. They're driving us crazy again too. Stupid sprinkler. Don't bring up the sprinklers, Brow. You're gonna get me upset instantly. Okay, what do we need? I need the Great Bridge. Bam. And then just in case later, we'll throw in Watch. And is there anything else I might need for this? We'll just throw in a second Great Bridge. Sweet. Okay. Welcome back. What's up, Trevor? You see, the outside is poison. We warned you. The outside isn't poison. It's the right... It's where you want to go. You know? Did you have your son do a stream today? Yes. Yes. Aaron has given up on life. He's gone right now. He's gone. Why go outside when you have LEDR and Slormancer? Look how pretty it is. Look at it. Doesn't that look nice? Guys? Oh no, light. I am blind. All right, everybody, check this out. We are currently at 1.1 billion or 2.1 billion gold. Open stall. Okay, 800 million, that's 1.6. Null sold for 600 million. That is 2.2, 2.7, 3.1, 3.4, and these boots are 250. 3.65. 3.65 billion plus 2.1, 5.75. I have 5.75 billion in gold. And this is my like money tab. So this is like stuff that is sellable that I've just been so lazy that I throw it in here. 4 Orin's Eyes, Nihilus, all these idols. This is just crap I could sell. 5.75 billion. I come in and he's talking MG cash. You're a monster. Good morning, Ghost. And you say you're giving the items away. Why are you selling for that amount? What? No, and even with all that gold, we're practically giving it away for free. I don't even care most of the time, you know?
This one. Now this is a rare
Guys.
one. I've got a lot of offers on this one, I do. Don't miss out.
You guys believe me, right?
Some of these stars are
One like having a mage trapped in a pocket-sized stick.
We're gonna build a pebble set. Aaron, isn't pebble set terrible? Yeah, it is. Yep. Yes, it is. I had to go to my stash to take some items out. I'm just grabbing the set items from my stash. Yes, we believe that you're a monster. Come on. We're going to watch Talkative Tries podcast. Everyone's saying I should watch it. So we'll watch it. Brow, what the hell's the third part of Pebbles? Relic, Wand. It's a belt.
Lock with patience.
M units.
Built to hold more than your breeches.
Don't waste your time looking elsewhere, eh?
All right, 12 of each.
Accessories. Craft.
Spell Bear? We're not doing Spell Bear. Guys, I didn't mean to say that. You know what I meant. I got called an LE shill in Hog's chat while Hog was playing LE. I mean, Brow, you are for sure an LE shill. By all definitions of the word. What are you talking about? You know that. It was a decent interview. All right, let's see if we can get that pulled up.
Hey, exiles, welcome. Hey,
Talkative Tries growing a little some facial hair. How funny, he actually does look older.
exiles, welcome to another episode.
All right. wonder if GGG looks at this as like a very safe interview. We don't need to actually see a lot. I can't listen to JR talk about PoE 2. I prefer the campfire. Aaron stole his youth. Here we go. I'll just put it in the corner. I just want to listen to it. No, it's just the only good ARPG. Brow was so funny. I know you're just joking around, but that's good. All right, everybody. Listen, this is 90 minutes. We will stop it. I'll still answer questions. This is not Aaron. It's an imposter. Here we go. We're going to listen to... Maybe we won't watch the whole thing. I don't know. Everyone says I got to watch it, so we're going to watch it. Talkative Try with his podcast with Jonathan Rogers on PoE 2.
Episode of the Still Sane podcast. Today, I am joined by the game director on Path of Exile 2 and Grinding Gear Games co-founder, Jonathan Rogers. First of all, man, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm great. Certainly, had a good sleep. I'm happy. I'm ready to roll. So should be okay.
Well, that's awesome to hear.
Is that his way of saying I'm not going to be a grumpy, like I'm not going to yell like I did on Zizerins? Is that literally... So he's not tired and grumpy. Yes. Congrats on finishing the Subathon. Thanks, Talkative.
Here, and I'm glad you're not feeling tired today. You got some good rest last night. All right, kids and wife not keeping you up or anything. So I gotta ask, I'm curious. Right now we have obviously patches.
They're saying I stole your youth, Talkative, because I shaved and now you have facial hair. So they're saying that I'm sorry, man.
Is coming out consistently for 0.20 for PoE 2. We have the return of Zana in Path of Exile 1. We have the League releasing on June 13th. What are the vibes right now like?
You look great. Holy shiz, did you change the lighting? Yeah, I just turned my lights off. I don't have the lights on right now. Let there be light.
Like at Grinding Gear Games compared to, let's say, the launch of 0.20 Dawn of the Hunt. How you feeling?
I mean, I would say definitely things are definitely a lot happier than they were back then. But to be honest, it's kind of like the people who feel the pain are not like, when obviously, there's a lot of people who are unhappy and not necessarily like most of the team, right? Because I mean, most of the team consists of, like you've got artists and sound designers, everything like that. I mean, what they see is like, everyone in love with the stuff that they're making. So like in terms of I guess the people who people are mad at when people are mad are like the kind of core group of like 5 people who are kind of doing balance decisions. And so those are the people who kind of feel the pain. The rest of the team's kind of fine and chill and it's all good. They're happy. But there's certainly a lot of excitement for, for how things are going. And I guess one of the nice things now is we kind of feel like we're finally getting our feet in terms of, being able to develop both games simultaneously. Like, we had a lot of trouble for a long time there.
Talkative Try just bought your beard, hence why you shaved. That's exactly right. And he just glued it to his face. I did say I was going to sell locks of hair, so that's true. My brother thinks PoE 2 is bad now. I cut him off of my life as soon as he said it. This is a joke. Now we play Magic together. You any good at Magic? I like PoE 2 after the loot patch. I can use 5 links now. You're terrible.
actually kind of balancing that. And it's like now we're finally kind of rolling, like, you know, things are working out, like, you know, I think we sort of found the way that we can make this sustainable. Like I sort of hesitate to say that we're like quite at that point just yet, because like, you know, we're still obviously in the early phases. But if we can, you know, if we can be launching a PoE 1, you know, expansion, and if we can also at the same time be, you know, creating PoE 2 patches, I think that means we're kind of in a good place. So, you know, there's always going to be some level of like intermixing and kind of things that go on there. But, you know, I think that we're in a much better place than what we were before. And that means that, you know, like we're sort of ready now to be like, okay, you know, we're actually, you know, getting the way we're doing development in a better place. So, I mean, just to sort of talk about this, I mean, I was going to say this at the start of the, you know, the live stream for PoE 1, but I suppose I might as well just say it now. So basically, like, you know, in the past, well, not in the distant past, we always had like, you know, the deadline is locked, the features are not, right? You know, like that's the way that that we want things to be. And the reason why you do that is because, you know, you can't lock both, right? You can't say this is the time and these are the features there will be, right? Because there's always development, you know, things happen, right? Yeah. So effectively, if you want to lock the features, you can't lock the date, and if you want to lock the date, you can't lock the features. And so basically, we in the further go past were always locking dates, but then, like, as we sort of had PoE 2 in development, we started to get to a point where we were locking features instead. And I think, honestly, that kind of wasn't the best. It kind of means that, you know, you're in a situation where, you know, when dates aren't predictable, like players don't know what's going on. And also you can't communicate with the players about when things are going to happen. Because, you know, like because we don't know, right? It's like, well, the feature has to happen. You know, the Huntress has to make it in. We don't know when it's going to be ready. We can't announce the date until the point where we know that that's happening, right? All I can do is give a vague estimate. So now, and I think this is going to be much healthier for PoE 1 as well, we're locking dates. We know when things are going to be. You know, like if something doesn't get done, we just won't put it in. We'll put it in the next one, you know? So I think that's a much better way of doing development. So what that means is, you know, we've got the PoE 1 release.
I purchased the perfect amount of Pebble set. It filled it 3 times. Unbelievable.
Coming up, you know, that's in June, and then, you know, we'll have the PoE 2 release 2 months after that, so 4 months from one to the other. But then we know we're locking in already, like there'll be another PoE 1 release 4 months after the PoE 1 release that we have, right? That'll be locked in, and then we'll have another PoE 2 release 4 months after that in December, right? So we're basically saying we're doing 4 months. It's going to be consistent. It's going to always be the case. You know, like we don't want to have this kind of uncertainty around this anymore. And the other thing that locking dates does is it kind of does act as a forcing function of, like, you know, you actually do need to, you know, to make sure you're actually shipping something. Yeah. So you know, that's kind of a very important element of that. So yeah, effectively, like the change in development model there, like back to locking dates, I think is just going to be way better.
I think a lot of Path of Exile players are going to appreciate that. And man, you answered both of my follow-ups with that. People are very excited to hear 4 month leaks. I do hear a little bit of an echo, Jonathan. I just want to point that out right now.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you need to go down a little.
Just because everybody's going to hear it. Just a little bit more.
Yeah, can you lower his volume down a little? Sweet. Yeah.
Good. Good. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's extremely exciting. Like, people have been yearning for the 4 month.
So they are saying every 4 months we get a PoE league. Talkative, I was only half paying attention. So 4 months between so 4 months we get a PoE update, and then 4 months after that, is it going to be PoE 2, or is it 4 months for each game? So like PoE 2 drops, so every 2 months, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so every 2 months it'll be between them. PoE 1, PoE 2, PoE 1, PoE 2. Damn, every 2 months. That's exactly what they wanted back in the day, to cycle themselves, right? So you're not competing against yourself, but you are like Last Epoch, Diablo, Torchlight. Every 2 months, they're going to have to go up against the Juggernaut. And they cannot go back on it. Damn. I feel like if they ever got that PoE mobile, right? I don't know if you guys know, back in the day, they announced PoE mobile coming. Their own Immortal, but obviously like its own custom game. It's not just... they could literally... They own the whole damn thing. You remember that? PoE Mobile? Yes, they announced it and showed some of it. Well, a 39% Juggernaut. Brow, are you talking about their Steam review score? Only Minions. I bet Hog is loving this. I don't think Hog would like this one. Every 2 months. Holy smokes.
Cycles again instead of the, you know, the almost year long. It didn't make it to the meme. Did you guys consider like just extending it like one more month just for the meme?
No.
But the one no.
Look, our priority has just been like, no, we need to get a PoE 1 expansion out ASAP, right? Like we really want to make sure we're getting that as soon as possible.
And you broke glass in case of emergency. You were like, all right, Zana, it's time for you to come back. All right, here we go. Right? You knew everybody would love it. So. All right. Well, that was the only Path of Exile one related real question I had. Thanks so much for answering it right off the top. We'll get right into the Path of Exile 2 stuff because all that is super exciting. But Path of Exile 2, man, it's been out since December. Okay, so we're at about 6 months at this point. I'm really curious about some of the stats around this. We obviously see numbers related to Steam, right? We almost hit 600,000 concurrents on Steam. I'm curious, though, because I'm one of the maybe dozens, correct me if I'm wrong, of people who play on the standalone. And then we obviously have the console audience as well. What has been like the numbers and reception on those platforms compared to Steam? Is it similar or much smaller?
So it is smaller, but it's not that much smaller. So effectively, I think we had around, I think the concurrency for 010 was something like 890 or something like that, like by the time for all the people on that one. So that's kind of where you sort of ended up. Console's definitely smaller, you know, and I was actually talking about this recently because I was kind of wondering like why, you know, like why, like, so console I think is now about, okay, well, there's another story behind this, but I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20. The answer to why we don't know the exact number is kind of another story, but that's a side note. But yeah, it's sort of between 15 to 20, and I think it could be larger. I sort of have a feeling that like console players are not as into early access as PC players are, so I think that could be an element. So we'll see about that. But yeah, effectively, we sort of had about like 890-ish, something like that around 010. And then for 020,
do you build making request? Sometimes. The problem, Ray, is that normally when someone requests a build, it'll be like a build they saw on Max Roll, but I want to see Aaron's take on it. I don't watch other people's builds. I try not to take influence from anybody. I try to make my own stuff. So it's really hard because I don't know where the request is coming from. You're like, I'd love to see a Judgment Paladin. It's like, oh, really? But sometimes, right now I'm going through, kind of, and actively updating each build on actionrpg.com. So my newly launched website. And this is what we are working on right now. But what would be your request? Rogue Cinder Strike. I have, I mean, technically I just updated it. I have a Rogue Cinder Strike. It's my old bow mage was Cinder Strike using Dragon Song. That's what we used. I missed this and the last PTR. I don't want to spoil what little gameplay there is already. Are you talking about D4? Well, dang. Okay, thank you. No worries. Hoofprint was saying that if they make Zana a boss, like a bad guy, like someone you kill, he's going to be pissed off. Thank you, honey. Like super mad.
I was kind of like, okay, you know, you're always going to get a first launch dip, like compared to the first launch, right? So like it was going to go down. So my estimate was that we were going to have is around 500,000 on launch concurrents, and we ended up getting about 485. So it was like kind of, you know, like that was pretty much around what I was expecting. So like I was pretty happy with that. So that's kind of where we ended up with that stuff. Now, you know, obviously the numbers will be larger when we actually get in full release, and then, you know, there'll come a point where, like, you know, instead of shrinking each launch, you'll be growing each launch. It kind of like changes, you know, how these things work. Well, assuming we're doing a good job anyway. So you know, that's sort of what I imagine to happen. But it'll be really interesting to see what happens with 030. I've got my predictions, but you know, we'll see how things work.
Okay. Well, that's very cool. I'm curious. I am not able to like pay attention to a lot of the reception in the other realms, of course, because we have US and Europe and Korea on one realm, and then we have the Chinese realms. How has the reception been like in China? Because PoE2 Early Access came out over there too. Yeah. Right.
No, it actually didn't. So
it didn't?
they're not out there yet. So there's a lot of people in China who are just playing on the international servers because they're just they use a VPN or something like that. But actually it's not actually officially out there yet. So we're actually it won't be too far away. I can't give you a date. Not that it necessarily matters to you per se, but for all the people in China, it obviously matters a lot. But it is going to be coming. It's not too much further away. I'm actually going to be taking a trip to China in a few weeks. We're going to chat to some of the players there. And have a chat, and so hopefully they'll be pretty interested to see when that release is going to be coming out.
Right. Is it going to be paid like our version, or is it going to release directly?
It'll be exactly the same. Exactly the same thing. The price will be a bit different, because different markets have different prices. But I thought it's funny because like Tencent were ultra keen for it to be free there because they're like, oh, like in China people don't pay to play games. And I'm kind of like, look, it would be so unfair to the rest of the world if in China it was free and in the rest of the world it wasn't for this period. So basically I was like, okay, it just has to be it has to be pay to play.
Yeah.
Tencent said the Chinese market make it free because the games have to be free there. That is insanity. That is, when you want to talk about a perfect Tencent reply, unreal.
So as I said, the pricing will vary a little bit.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, I had absolutely no idea. Okay, well, cool to learn. That'll be interesting to see what the reception is like over there. Okay, awesome. No, okay. Here's another kind of statistical question for you. I'm really keen on all this. So recently, you guys have been sharing a bunch of stats to do with the game, such as volatile plants, which are totally 95% of my deaths. Okay, they're apparently 50% of all endgame deaths in the endgame, and then like 1/3 of maps are hitting grotto. I'm curious, what are there any other like surprising stats like that? And are you using these stats in some surprising ways? I'd be awesome. I'd love to learn some about that.
So we traditionally have actually not been a very data-driven company. Like we're more about just play the game and see what it's like. But recently we did actually get a data person. They're really, really great. Like they play PoE, so like they know what they're looking for, because this is always the worry I had, like getting data people. It's like, oh, they're not going to really know what they're doing and stuff. So this data person's really, really good. So we're getting stats like this. Now, I have to say, like, we could be getting a lot more about that, but stuff like the volatile plants thing was ridiculous. But I don't think I've got anything else to really talk to you about right now. Like, if there's anything really surprising, we probably will make a post about it, because, that one was crazy. But it's like, honestly, I'm honestly shocked that we didn't look at that sooner. Like, it's kind of crazy that... that we let that go on for as long as it did. Like we checked like ages ago, like back, in 010 days, there were things that we checked, but like it was really only surprisingly recently they're like, hang on a second, what is actually killing people? Let's actually find that out, because it seems silly that we wouldn't have looked at that, but when we saw that, it's like, geez, something needs to change about that. So it's funny because like single things like that can have such an outsized impact on how the game plays.
Right.
And and sometimes players don't even necessarily realize it themselves. They might just kind of be like, oh, I'm dying all the time, and they don't even connect the dots of the fact that it's like the same kind of mechanics that are killing you. So I mean, I had heard, for example, through the grapevine, like a bunch of people had said to me, oh, chaos resistance is the amount of chaos res you can get is too low. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, I mean, it is supposed to be harder to get, like there's various things like that. And it's like, okay, well, the actual problem isn't necessarily, I mean, maybe there still is a problem with that, but like the actual problem isn't necessarily that chaos res is too low. The problem is you've got this one frickin' mechanic that does chaos damage that's just like outsizedly killing people due to, how powerful it is. So,
right. It started with volatile crystals, and then it was volatile plants, and you guys did make changes. Right. I think it was in the first.
That really makes me wonder how much Tencent has their fingers in other decisions. It's starting to make more sense. The vision is Tencent's, not GGG's. Time to rename GGG to Tencent Gaming, since that's really what it is. As a double diamond supporter, this makes me so sad. I mean, I don't know. it's all hearsay, right? It's all hearsay. There's no actual info. You know, the people that are leaving the company, you see some stuff on Reddit that behind the scenes, month after month, more Tencent people are showing up at Grinding Gear Games for work. They own 100% of the company, right? It'd be like saying, you know, is it Blizzard North or is it Activision, right? I mean, it's very silly. Like, obviously Tencent is the owner of the company, all the finances and everything. So, yeah, the question is more, how much does Tencent have in actual design decisions, right? Like, how many, when it comes to the actual updates and patches and leagues, how much does Activision, how much does Tencent have in that? Or are they just the financiers and the financial backing? I don't know. I have no idea. There is no Blizzard anymore, only Activision. You mean Microsoft? Sounded like Jonathan had the final word to make it free, at least, for sure. What happened to the beard? Wife said, I think it's time to shave it. I was like, I don't care. All right, done. The reason why Tencent wants it free is China will drop massive amounts on microtransactions instead. It'll come back, Tricky. Yeah, no beard. Tencent had a lot of influence in how they monetized an early access game. I don't know. So I'm a business major. I have my degree in, I've got a bachelor's of science in business administration, concentration in management. I would guess 95% of the decisions are probably GGG, as long as finances are good, which means Grinding Gear Games leadership, Jonathan Rogers making the right decisions, Mark's making the right decisions, and the money is flowing. Tencent doesn't care at all. But I bet you there's 5-10% that is like, when Tencent needs to drop the hammer because they own it, they will drop the hammer. So I don't know what those decisions are, but I would guess that as long as the money's good, Tencent doesn't care that much. Could be wishful thinking. I don't know.
0.1 patch, 0.11. You gave it like an audio cue. I swear, they killed me more. I don't know what to say about it, but so I'm interested to see what changes are upcoming in 0.21 related to them. So.
Right. Well, I mean, I want to, now that we've kind of gotten like an easy way to check this stuff, like we'll probably just have a check again about what's killing people and, you know, like check on that a bit more regularly. Like we should be doing more of that stuff. It's just that like, you know, what I always worry about with data stuff is like, okay, if you just, if you go and just start looking at data without knowing what it is that you're looking for, sometimes you can kind of just like run into spurious things that just happen to have gone one way or the other. And it's like, if you look at enough data, you'll find weird outliers sometimes, but maybe those aren't actually important. Like sometimes they can just be outliers. So that's why I'm always a little bit hesitant. So I sort of like to always tell people like, okay, you have to know before you check the numbers, what number is going to make you make a decision about this. Because like, if you don't know that before you go in, then seeing the numbers shouldn't really be the thing that informs that. It should be that like, okay, if it's above this, it's bad. If it's below that, it's okay, kind of thing. You know, like that should be the stuff you should be knowing before.
I think Tencent are just financial support. I don't think so. I am not saying that Tencent has like full authority over all game making decisions and are the ones making PoE2, but I think saying that Tencent being 100% owner of Grinding Gear Games, it would be, to me it would feel kind of silly to think that they have no game oversight of any kind. Like there's for sure something. It just probably is smaller than what people think.
before you actually check, because otherwise it can influence. You know, you can kind of like endlessly look at the stuff and it can drive you crazy.
Right.
You know, yeah, that's kind of why I sort of view it that way. But yeah, you know, I mean, obviously here it was very important to see that because you know that was a big one.
I know you said you don't have anything curious to share now, but are there any other like vectors you're looking at for alarming things besides stuff that's killing players? Just anything else in the game?
Well, the thing I'm doing a big data investigation for now actually is I need a better understanding. So like obviously there's got tons of people complaining about lag and disconnects and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like we've actually just like a couple of days ago, I haven't even had a chance to check it yet, made like a new data dashboard for seeing basically by data center and ISP where the problems are, because the problem is that if you look at things that as an absolute rate, it's like it's pretty minimal. But so what I suspected is like, oh, you know, if you're on this ISP, if you're at this particular data center, if you've got those kinds of things, like that's where you've got problems. So we need to start investigating those like individual cases and start kind of, you know, getting on ISP's cases and saying, hey, look, this router is constantly having the problem at this time, that kind of stuff. And so we need to start sort of getting into that kind of level of understanding. So we've started now, yeah, like breaking down like when you log in, like we check which ISP you're with, we look at what data center you're connecting to, and then we're like recording basically on each like pair of those, like data center and ISP, like what the disconnection rate is. If there's some kind of spike, we can log into it. So we're just sort of starting now to get into that kind of level of thinking about that stuff. And so I'm hoping that with that, we should be able to improve some of that stuff soon.
Since we're on it too, I was going to ask about this later. Is this related to the DDoS attacks and instability for European servers? Because I know a lot of people are still definitely talking about that.
Right. So that's definitely has been a problem. We have been improving the situation with that by like, you know, basically just working with the data centers and saying, hey, like, you know, what can you do? They've started adding a few extra things. I don't want to talk about too much about exactly what that is because that obviously informs people to like, you know, how to potentially get past it.
Right.
But yeah, we've been doing a little bit of that. But I like I wouldn't say that the DDoSing is like most of the problem anymore. Like they still happen, right? Like that they definitely happen. But I wouldn't say that's like most of the problem. So I'd say that there are other issues. I mean, they're yeah, as I said, they still happen, but it really is. I think it really is more down now to looking at individual routes, like you know, like working with the data centers to see, like you know, what the pairing is like between these different networks and stuff like that. It kind of is like the devil's in the details with the stuff. And we previously didn't have as many data centers. When we started PoE2, we expanded into more data centers, you know, because we needed to just for the scale that we were talking about. And you know, like the pairing for the other data centers, we worked for years with providers, like, you know, complaining about individual routes and talking about individual things. And it's like, and so it kind of meant that got to a point of stability. So, you know, just as we've gone to new data centers, there's just teething problems of like, okay, like these particular things aren't working well. So yeah, we just need to do that work again and like go over it. But because honestly, it's been so long since we actually were needing to worry about that stuff that I think we got out of practice on it. And so it's just something we need to get better at again, just like working with all those providers.
That's good to hear. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is a little bit of a spicy topic that I'd like to chat about. Okay, so all these patches for 0.2 have
All right, talkative. Let's see your spicy topic. I agree. So far, what I saw, Tencent just wanted to invest. Only on the Chinese market, they say what they want. Outside, they probably invest mainly because they don't know what to do with the money. They do have a lot of money. I feel like continuing to play TLI in December. There you go. Tencent was the reason Xana was removed. Oh, come on.
Great. They're bringing quality of life changes to the game, new content to the game with the chase items that we're going to talk about pretty soon. There's one aspect of the game that has not been touched in any of these subsequent patches past like launch week, and that's character balance. And I know you've talked to other people in the past about the reason you're not doing character balance is because people had a very strong reaction during that initial start of early access. I'm curious if your thoughts on that might be changing, or if maybe there's a little bit of a different approach you can take to insert some changes to skills or the passive tree or other stuff during these patches, since like reception seems to be, I think, a lot better than initial launch. What are your thoughts on it?
Right. So if you're talking, there's two sides to this coin, right? There's the nerf and there's the buff.
Yes, exactly.
If you're talking about nerfs, you just can't do it, right? Like you just actually can't. And the reason you can't, and it's like even aside from whether or not people would be accepting of that. There is just this feeling you get when you go into a league and someone nerfed your build that you were playing already. You just feel like, my character is screwed. And like sure, you can respec, you can do these other things, but it still just has this feeling of like the game, just like, you were standing on a chair and it just got knocked out from under you. And like, no matter, I think, what tools you give people for respecing, people just don't like sure, people can say, oh yeah, I guess I could respec, but like, it just isn't great. It just feels bad, like it just is something that it isn't fun. Now, if you're talking about buffs, I actually am willing to do buffs mid-league. It is something we're willing to do. Now, the issue there is just literally the bandwidth for people who can do that kind of balance. Like, we really would need more of them in order to do character balance changes in the middle of league. So effectively, the people who work on character balance are now working on PoE1, right? There aren't many of them. There's really, I would say, 2 people who completely sight unseen can just make balance changes. There's a few more than that who can do it with like, a lot of checking and so on. And it's like, if those people are working on PoE1, then we can't do like those kinds of easy things on PoE2. So what that'll mean is as soon as PoE1 comes out, the expansion, immediately we're going to start doing patches for PoE2, like even mid-league for some of that balance stuff. So like you're going to see in 022, 023, you'll probably see like a bunch of that kind of stuff happening, because that's that at that point we can start doing it. So yeah, like that really is a problem. Honestly, if it is so hard to get someone to the point where they can do those kinds of things, it is like one of the hardest things. And I myself am not at the point where I can just make balance changes without someone checking it. Like, it's like I can balance things for the early game, but those like subtle late game things are like seriously seriously crazy in terms of the amount of stuff you have to know and the amount of stuff you have to understand, like in order to know what's really going to happen there. So it's like, and that's really tough. And the thing that is bad about that especially is that like I can get something to feel good like in the at the early game myself, but it's like if we're talking about like that later skill scaling stuff, like the stuff you need to really make it so that you've got the good build variety and you've got all that stuff, like that takes a lot of work. And I feel like we underestimated how much time that would take. But it's funny because looking back now, right, like the amount of years it took to actually get PoE1 into a really good place in this regard was a long time. Like it was a long time. Now I don't think it will necessarily take us that long again. Like I think we do, there's some benefit of experience that we have, but it's certainly something where it's like, to actually get a skill to the point of scaling into endgame correctly, it does take quite a lot of effort. And I think there was another sort of mistake as well we were making here is that like because in PoE1 the expectation was like every skill can be your primary skill.
Yeah.
It meant that we paid more attention when thinking about each skill of like, okay, how is this exactly going to become the only skill you're using at endgame? Which wasn't like completely technically true, but it was kind of like, there were definitely like most skills were kind of designed like this is your skill, right? This is the one you're using. With the comboing stuff, I feel like we actually lost sight of that a bit too much, because the assumption kind of was as well, you're using all sorts of different skills, so you don't have to worry too much about whether this skill scales or that skill scales. But actually, I feel like that was actually a mistake, because what it sort of meant is that we had our eye off the ball a little bit of like, okay, how can this skill actually become good enough to be used in game? And the reason why you're seeing all these build variety concerns really is because of the fact that I don't think we put enough thought into that on an individual skill basis. So this is something we really want to fix. Like definitely, like we're gonna do some fixing for this.
Come on, guilty. It's been in. That's been in. Yes, the polka bear in the hot tub.
During 020, like after PoE1's out, we're going to be doing some of this. But a lot of it is going to come in 030. Like this is a major objective basically for what 030 is going to be doing, is like fixing this problem, making sure that more stuff scales in endgame to make it endgame viable. And like that's something that I think that we didn't think about really enough during 020.
Oh, brother.
Especially like that, and that I think was probably like a huge part of why the reception for that was. I mean, there were various reasons, right? But that was a thing I think that is like a major reason why 020 didn't land as well as it should have. So like that stuff there, it's like, so basically we're just going to be paying a lot more attention to that stuff. And like I've already got like various ideas. Like in some cases, it's going to also have to involve skills. Like it might be that for some archetypes there just isn't currently a skill that really is like the end game like level of scaling, the level of like AoE sort of clear stuff that you need. Like some archetypes just don't have that, and so that's something that we need to fix by either changing radically how a skill works or adding new skills to make that happen. So that's kind of a real focus of that. And what I am now also saying, especially now with the new development model, like, okay, the data's fixed, the content is not. That might mean that the class we are planning on adding might not make it. Now, I think it will, but if it had to not make it in order to make it so that all of the rest of the classes we already have are good, then we will do that trade-off. And that is not the mindset we were in when we were coming up to 020. It's kind of like the class is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary, which I think in retrospect was the wrong way to look at things.
Yeah.
So now it's like the existing experience of the existing classes is the pinnacle thing. Everything else is like, we'll do it if we can.
You say
and
bitch
obviously we
just
have to
again.
still be adding lots of content. And there's the whole side of the company that makes, new areas and, like new monsters and all that stuff, right? That's all sort of just going on. But in terms of like character work, right? The focus is more now on like make sure that the existing classes are good and make sure that experience is good than it is on make sure there is a new class. So, like that's a change, I would say, in how we look at things.
No, that sounds like a substantial change, especially with being
Right.
okay with buffing things mid-league. That's not as soon as, this cycle. Awesome.
Right.
I want to push or question just a little bit on the nerfing end, okay? So the buffs sound great with nerfs. Let's take, I'll pull it out of a hat. Lightning Spear. Oh my God. Okay, so say Lightning Spear. I think a lot of people very quickly came to the either realization or the opinion that Lightning Spear was like the only viable skill in Endgame. They moved on very quickly. They started playing other games and just left. People who stayed discovered, okay, actually, Lightning Spear isn't the only viable thing. There's all this other stuff you can try out. But because it ran rampant through the community, like a lot of people just decided, okay, I play Lightning Spear, and there's no reason to even try anything else, and then they quit.
Yep, you're right.
You think,
it was really bad.
So I'm curious, do you think that outweighs the negatives of perhaps doing a mid-league nerf onto that while providing like a respec, saying, hey, Lightning Spear.
I understand. Look,
yeah, I'm just curious.
I'm with you in theory completely, right? I do understand that, but in practice, we would not be getting any friends. Right, like the people who you say leave because they're done because they did Lightning Spear and then they were done. Those same people would have been done instantly if we had nerfed it. Like I really don't think that they would have moved on, and it's just one of those things that like it's just the reality of this is just so harsh in terms of like how that works.
So for example, I think like was it the cast on crit change in 01? Was that like evident in the like player graphs essentially? Like when you saw that happen,
well, I mean, absolutely. Like I mean, not even just graphs, just reactions and everything, right? Like it is. Yeah, that kind of stuff, it's really harsh. And look, nerfs are always going to be unpopular, but as I said, the mid-league nerf it is unfair to someone who is making the character. It really is. And it's like, I really do believe that no matter how much respecing and stuff that you allow, it still is the case that people just feel really bad about it. So yeah, it really sucks that kind of thing kind of like screwed with the meta a lot. But
he is correct. He is correct. People get pissed.
Even though that happened, I would say that it's not like there weren't still problems. Like, there are more viable things than maybe players say, but then at the same time, there aren't enough viable things for what we want to deliver, right? So, like that's something that we just need to focus on anyway.
Well, bringing up the floor is going to be a great solution, and I'm pretty excited to see those after the 3.26 expansion comes out. Awesome. All right. So I want to stay on the topic of balance for a little.
By the way, I just want to say somebody sent me something. I don't know. It was the Reddit thread. I try to not go on Reddit very often unless someone sends me it. It was the Reddit thread on content creators should not have access to CT, which is fine. People could have their opinions. I don't even care. Even if they kicked us out of CT, I'd be sad, but wouldn't care. I saw lots and lots of feedback saying Sentinel should not be nerfed in any way, that all classes should move up to where Sentinel was at. I saw that a lot. I was like, please don't nerf Sentinel. Don't nerf Sentinel. Leave Sentinel alone. Just bring everything up to that level. I disagree.
A little bit, but we're gonna tighten it a little bit, the focus. So I want to talk about
that would completely change the entire game philosophy of EHG. Because now the standard for you, Toxic, is not to get to 300 corruption. It's to you to get to 2,000 corruption. I think that's bad. And it just adds to the repetitiveness of the end game.
Skill scaling in particular. So, for example, like Storm Mages as a skill, they're lightning based, but lightning elemental damage doesn't scale them, nor will projectile damage or anything related to like that archetype. It's just minion damage. Are you guys
Right,
open to like adding more tags to some of these gems to allow for a little bit more diversity and how you scale some of these more niche skills? Or is there a reason that you guys are like limited a little bit?
I actually am open to that particular case. Like that particular case is one that I was actually advocating for, but there's like various pressures for various reasons in the studio about like, you know, how things should work, like making things consistent and stuff like that. And there's also just like complexity of implementation and so on. Like there's a lot of like all of that, those changes, because we have so many stats, they just end up taking a huge amount of time. And one of the things that's interesting is like every stat that existed in PoE 1 is still in the PoE 2 code base. And in theory, a designer...
Honestly, try was way too easy on JR. Like, you think you should have pushed back more? You think you should ask more pointed questions? What do you mean? It would break the game to bring every class up to the absurd level of Sentinel. Correct. Correct. And Mike has already drawn it out. So the stuff that sucks, bring it up to the line. Probably a little under the line. The stuff that's good, leave it alone. And then bring Sentinel to above the line. So Sentinel is still the best, but it's not off the graph, you know? Navaya gone because mother's dead. Bad juju in China. Xana because she was gay. Tencent, Hoofprint, you're saying that Tencent removed Xana because she was gay. I don't know what he's talking about. All right. There are a lot of people at 2000 corruption with Sentinel. He's talking about Tencent made GGG remove Xana from the game. I have killed regular Aberoth with, I think, 18 different builds. Try will never ask a hard question. Hardest one he will ask is, what type of ice cream do you like, Jonathan? I think he's doing fine in this interview. I mean, here's the thing. I am looking for the future, okay? So when I watch this interview, what do I expect? Talkative Try, get Jonathan to talk about the future. What are we gonna see over the next year for PoE 2 and PoE 1? They already talked about the schedule. They're talking about balance adjustments. Like this, I don't expect Talkative to be like, Jonathan Rogers, why is the Steam review suck? Break it down. That's not this type of interview. You know, I don't know.
And they don't want those stats to be broken because like they might want to use them, right? And so what that means is that every single stat sort of like change in the way that thing works. It's like not only are we supporting all the stats that currently exist in PoE 2, but every single stat that ever worked in PoE 1 is also getting maintained in this code base because they're all still there. And so that means it's like the ability to change like one of these things, it actually takes longer than you might expect. But what it does mean is that we've got like a huge pile of stuff that like, you know, when we need something, it's like half the time that already exists, right? It's just right there. We just use it. But yeah, it just means that like there's a lot of stuff to do something like that. So we discussed this change about having, you know, like basically should, I mean, look, I remember it even came up because when we're like, okay, like when you're using SRS, a lot of people would consider that feels like a spell, right? You know, like, so therefore, you know, like in PoE, the way that you understand as a PoE player is, yeah, well, that's a minion, so of course it scales this way and all that, and that's fine, right? But like, if you're just a new player just turning up for the first time and you see that, you're probably expecting that your spell damage is going to increase the damage that thing does.
Right.
So, you know, like it's stuff like that that kind of means that, like, you know, in some ways I would like to make these sorts of changes, but it is a bit of a fight sometimes about like, you know, how that should work. And once again, as I said, it doesn't help that on the other side of the...
Okay, so this is a perfect example. We need Hog to do the interview. So now you're making my point exactly. Now, if Hog was the interviewer, his questions would be like, Jonathan Rogers, I've played action RPGs for 25 years. I am diehard supporter of Path of Exile 1. You can go look at my last years and years of YouTube videos, being the biggest PoE 1 shill, loving the game. spending $500 on the supporter pack for PoE2, being all about it, ready to go, and then being completely disappointed. Like, why is it someone like me that has a dire love for PoE1 hate and think PoE2 is not fun? That would be like a hog question, right? Like a pointed, direct, PoE2 isn't fun. Why? Why do I hate it? You know, it'd be something like that. Most interviews are PR and not some investigative, journalistic exercise. So yeah, this is fine, though the gaming industry does need feet to the fire. JR's responses are essentially, things won't be changing drastically. In my opinion, drastic change is required. Go back to point 1, even because Dudgery point 2 was poor. But sadly, GGG is going to double down on everything that players dislike in 0.2. I was under the impression that most people are happier with the changes that they have made. No?
Of that, there's the people saying, well, yeah, but changing this is going to take frickin' ages because we've got to change all these stats, right? So they've always got that on their side kind of as an extra part of the argument there. So there's always that thing. So, but the thing is, like, so what you're saying there about changing that is one way we could potentially make some skills scale better. Like, it's an option that we have and one that I'm willing to explore. But like, as I said, I think that it isn't necessarily that one thing. It's sort of many different elements that we can do. Like, it can be changing functionality. It can just be like, you know, yeah, like just adding the ability for, well, yeah, just other elements of the skill that can make us allow it to scale with other stats that we already have, without necessarily changing how they work. But I mean, as I said, both ways can work, and I am totally open to it for sure.
Awesome. Okay, good to hear. And here's another one that I'm really curious about, because personally, going into PoE2, I thought I was going to use weapon swap so much, dude, and I ended up not using it. And I think one of the reasons why is because there's that like that weapon swap speed penalty that still exists in the game, and you guys are encouraging combo-based builds, but at the same time, it's a little discouraged. So I'm really curious, one, about your thoughts on either altering this or removing it entirely, because I do know that there's like 3 passives on the south side of the tree that lowers the amount of time, but that's it. There's no other way to kind of smooth that out.
What I wanted to do was to make it scale with attack speed. But as soon as we said that, we're like, okay. So like the theory was, it sounds so easy, right? You're like, okay, right. So whatever weapon you're switching to, you look at the attack speed of that, because you want the local attack speed modifiers to work, right? Like that's the first thing, is you can't just use global attack speed, it won't scale enough. It has to work with the weapon that you're actually swapping to. And so then you're like, okay, so sure, you look at the local attack speed mods of that weapon, and that should be able to make it work. But then it's like, okay, so what happens then when the thing you're swapping to is a staff? It doesn't have attack speed mods. It's like a different thing. It's like, okay, shit, what do we do now? There's like questions there. So effectively, like, there was all these kind of questions around this that kind of came up, and then we ended up not doing it. But it's still something to do, because I agree that there's a problem. We have to make it so that I don't think we can remove it. And the reason why is because immediately would mean that something like anything that gives you sort of like mobility options that other weapons have would probably become a little bit too easy. If it was just like literally 0 swap time, like you would just be raking all day, so that's kind of thing. So everything else would become, you know, and look, you could argue there's a problem with rake and whatever.
Is everybody already raking? No.
yeah, sure. But effectively, look, I agree with you that by the time you get to endgame speeds, you do need like something about that to change. And the way I think is to care about like attack speed and like something. We just need to work out exactly how that can work. And I do think that it is something that I want to try and address in 0.3 if we can. I just need to sort of see like exactly how it can work. But yeah, I agree. There's a problem, and we need to fix it. I will mention that like Mark's playing a build where he's using weapon swap. Like, you know, like that's, you know, so he's kind of like, you know, it does work. Like he says, like it could be better, but it's not like unviable from his perspective. But look, I think it just probably just needs to be faster with some kind of way of scaling up attack speed.
Yeah.
Good morning, brother. You look 15 years younger. Yeah. I look better than I did. Shaved, got sleep. Hey, if you guys ever tried this, this is crazy. when it gets dark out, not like this. Car. When it gets dark out, you've got this thing in your house. It's pretty comfortable. You got these like fluffy things you rest your head on, and you go to this place and you lay down, and then your eyes, you're not looking at electronics, no computer, no phone, no TV. Your eyes actually shut, and then you enter a dream state where your body heals, and then when you wake up, you just feel.
I reckon you're a filthy liar.
No, it's I can't remember the name for it, but sounds awful. Sleep is good. Sleep. It does the body. That's what I was trying to say. Sleep. Yes. It's good.
I think people use it. It just feels a little clunky, especially when you're in endgame and like you want to quickly swap between abilities.
Yeah. As I said, I'm pretty sure the speed will make a huge difference. That's
100%. Yeah,
that's the thing. Yeah.
All right.
What's up,
Frosty?
Frosty? Honey, do we have a mattress?
So there was supposed to be a lock weapon tech coming in 0.
Yes.
Not in yet.
Still haven't done it yet. We will get there. We'll get there. I swear it should be in 0.3. It really should.
Well, why? You sleep when you're dead.
Videos.
Did I do that?
Okay, cool.
It hasn't been finished yet.
Okay, and then staying on weapons just for one more moment. A lot of skills currently, well, like pretty much all skills are locked to a single weapon type. Are you guys open in the future to expanding that range of possibilities? I think like my friend Dreamcore, he used the example of being able to Falling Thunder using a mace and a quarterstaff. You know, it would like open up some cool tech and like unique item possibilities. Right. And is that something you guys are ever looking to do?
Our community's favorite D4 superfan. That's right.
I don't think that I would.
Beard is gone for now.
Want to do it, like just as a kind of a base feature like that.
It'll grow back.
A lot of the identity of the weapons is, comes from that. Now, what I do think is important is like, okay, if you want to do, something with Falling Thunder, like ideally weapon swap is the way you achieve that. And so if weapon swap isn't good, then that means that synergy isn't going to be good. So like that, I feel, is the way to solve that, is just make the weapon swapping better. That being said, like I do think that you can make things possible using uniques, right? Like you can have a unique mace that lets you use quarter stuff, because that might not necessarily be exactly that combo, but like what I'm saying is you can do stuff like that, and like more uniques is going to really be able to unlock those types of things.
That'd be awesome.
So that just comes down to like making more build enabling uniques that can do that kind of stuff. But I do think it's important to keep the identity of the different weapon classes, and yeah, it's the weapon swap where just making that better will make those cross-class things more viable.
I just heard the animators screaming from a few rooms away when you said they're going to allow that. Oh, God.
Well, thankfully, it's a lot easier to animate on the PoE 2 rigs, so it should be.
Back to work, lurking more.
It
no
really
worries.
Is more of a unique thing, I would say.
Okay, awesome. Well, that sounds cool. All right, so this is on progression and the Atlas skill trees. So presently, and this is I guess is more of a personal / casual dad gamer question for you. Sorry. Right now, it feels like there was a large time investment in to access not the entire trees, but just the initial like 2 points, maybe, right? Yeah. To fight your
100%.
First audience for the king and everything. And I'm wondering if you guys are okay with what the progression's at. And I know you guys have been constantly lowering the amount of time it takes by upping splinter counts, making things more common. So I'm wondering, do you think with the new updates you're going to be in a better position? And why do you think you were in this position in the first place? Like, did you just miscalculate how long it was going to take people to reach these things? Because it was a lot of time in.
There's a few things. So one of them is that for sure, just miscalculating the amount of time, like definitely the case. But the other problem is that we don't have enough content in each of the kind of in-game league mechanics at the moment. Like, I mean, there was supposed to be more breach bosses than just one, right? And like we have the models, right? We've got stuff that we'll do. Like it will happen at some point, right? And it's like all of that stuff exists. It's just that like it isn't in yet. And so it's like what that sort of led to is a situation where you've got this big gulf in the middle of the progression of each of those leagues, right? Like there isn't kind of like you start breach and it's cool when you start, and there's a kind of a big gulf and then you get to the end of it. It's like there needs to be more of that middle stuff kind of in there to kind of like, fill into.
Aaron went back in time. He's younger now. That's right. It's right. I see you in the bazaar. I'm at the bazaar, but I'm really in my stash. I'm not shopping right now. Edgy. Hey, Aaron, congrats on the Subathon. Just saw your Raptor guide. In your opinion, which is the most fun? Solo Raptor, Solo Bear, Solo Sabertooth?
He's back in the bazaar again.
Solo Raptor is the... Here's the thing. They all play very similar. Solo Raptor is the strongest. It's really good. Yes, they're way louder.
To give you points to kind of have more of that progression going on. And so it's like, what I would say is like, to run with that example, it's like, I wouldn't consider Breach to be finished, right? Like there is more stuff that needs to be there, but to make that a full thing. And that's what we need to be doing, expanding in order to make that. So like, I mean, there is tons we would do, right? Like with
Raptor, non-snapshot, no snapshot. That Raptor build I posted this morning, Dwarf, is pushing 1,200 corruption. No snapshot. I'm probably the only person on the planet that's played Solo Raptor. Off meta, no snapshot. You could push 1,200 corruption. One companion. I don't like snapshot. Yeah, I'll never snapshot.
That stuff, like the onboarding of it's not good enough. Like there's just it's all the progression stuff around it. It's just not enough content, right? We just need more content. Now, unfortunately, I don't know. Like, I mean, we'll get more of it in 030, but I don't know that I would say it's fixed yet in 030. Like that is something that we will be continuing to add. Like it's one of the things that I think is up there in terms of the tiers of problems that we have. You know, for the
12,000 corruption if you snapshotted
like,
that Raptor.
I would say what I'm saying is like, I think we know what the problem is and we know how to fix it. It's just really the time to make all that content and like get all those bosses and get all that stuff done. So we're you know with each expansion we're chipping away at it, we're adding more stuff and like that'll get better. But it will just take a little while to just get all of that in and sort of get it done. So yeah, there's I would just say, yeah, there's more content that we wanted to add to all of these than what was added, and then therefore that'll come in as we go.
So there'll be like different choke points essentially where you're going to hit these different tiers.
Yeah, I mean, you get more of the stuff, you know, like, I mean, if you compare like Breach and PoE 1 to PoE 2, like there's just more stuff going on with it in terms of like the you know the different types of different types of Breach encounters and the different Breach bosses and stuff like that. Like there's just more going on. So like that's the kind of thing you need, and like that level of content is what you need to kind of make it good. So yeah,
okay,
more stuff will happen. We'll get there. Like, you know, it'll happen, but it just takes a little while to get to that point.
Okay.
So you know, like yeah, as I said, might not. In 030 we'll make improvements, but I think it's probably more like 040 where that'll really start to come together.
Okay. How do you feel about the dichotomy between something like Breach Splinters, which I'd argue is rather deterministic at this point, versus an audience with a king and accessing the ritual boss and needing to find it in a ritual and defer it? Like, do you guys like that there's differences there, or? I
mean, personally, I do. Like, I like it when content feels different as much as possible. Like, there was certainly discussion, like when we were talking about being able to make, you know, like have it be early, because one of the things we wanted to make sure we're doing is that, like, you know, for the earlier difficulty levels, it's easier to get the audiences and so on. And so then we started talking about, oh, how are we going to do that for ritual? Maybe we need to add splinters to that. And I was kind of like, no, I don't really want to just have it so that every in-game pinnacle just works the same way. Like, I like there to be feeling like there's differences in how they all work. So yeah, ideally we can sort of keep the flavor and different sort of ways of interacting with these things if we can.
Okay. I want to throw this in there. Who made the call to vacuum Breach Splinters? Was there anybody who just said, it's time, let's do it?
It was probably Mark, I would say. It wasn't me, but yes, probably Mark. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. That was a pretty cool change, I got to say. Okay, this one has to do with monsters specifically, Jonathan. And it's something we chatted about in December.
Monsters.
I was really hyped about it. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So when we last talked, you spoke about how normal and magic monsters will be different compared to rare monsters, not only in terms of the random modifiers that spawn on them, but the fact that, let's say, a vulture demon that is rare will have an extra actual ability compared to a magic or common vulture demon. I've never noticed those in game. Are those still in game? And I'm just not noticing them?
I know what you mean. So it didn't actually happen as much as I had expected that to actually happen. So I think there's probably like 3 monsters or something like that ended up actually doing that, and like that was way less than what we expected. Like, I know one of them is like the Death Knights have an extra ability and like a few things like that. But you know, yeah. So like there's stuff like that, but it's like it didn't actually happen as much as I want. It's one of those things
What
where,
up?
like, if I had time, I would go and do a bunch of that stuff. And like, we thought we were adding more of them than we actually ended up doing. So that's kind of what sort of ended up happening more is like more of the specific balance sort of happened, but less of the
Everybody right
like extra
now,
abilities
I've been
happened.
told I need
and
to
then
watch
I think
this.
what
This is last night's Talkative Try interview with Jonathan Rogers talking about the future of PoE 1 and PoE 2. 7 cities in the house.
the issue is that so effectively there's a lot less monsters that can be rare than can be the monster set. Like a lot of monsters are just disabled from being rare because they don't make a good rare fight. And the intention to fix that is to make it so that when we have a monster where we say this can't be a rare because it's it doesn't have enough going on with it, that's where we wanted to add a new ability to make that happen. So it really is just more work to do that, but it's sort of hard to make that the thing that's more important than like effectively like resources got pulled off and put onto a bunch of other things. And so that's like one of those things I really think I'd like.
QB1 Junkie, what's up, brother? How was the world of last Epoch? Thank you for the raid. Let me get you a shout out. Afternoon. Hello. Shout out. What are you working on? Still grinding. All is well. I have a build that I haven't worked on in over a year. It's my accessibility build. It's only minions. It's not really optimized. It's not definitely the best minion build. But for people out there looking for one build, for people out there that need accessibility options, this is the build that I've always gone to. So we're updating this today. Took 2 days off after the subathon, back feeling rejuvenated, and yeah, doing pretty well. We're watching the Talkative Try Jonathan Rogers PoE interview from yesterday. Warpath / Smite Paladin ripped my Heartseeker at 92 yesterday. What killed you? I know it's hard to probably talk through it. What did it? What was the final nail? AoE in the cemetery. Dude, when you kill the cemetery, the Fate Weaver or whatever, its AoE is still freaking there. You could totally kill him and then die from the after death effect. I hate that thing. I do not like it. I'm thinking maybe an Archmage. I don't know. Didn't dodge fast enough. If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge that thing. How do I want to take this? Do we want a lot of mages or an archmage? I can't decide. No, we'll go this right. Right? I know. Well, thank you for the raid, sir. I appreciate it. We are just going to continue to hang out and watch some Talkative Try while I work on only minions.
Going, but at the moment we just as I said, it's on like 3 monsters and we need to do more later, I'd say.
All right, I thought I wasn't saying it, so I just wanted to confirm that. And I was also curious, there are some monsters that instill like fear and horror into people when they play PoE 2. Is there any specific one monster that makes you like clench up when you hear it or see it on screen? I mean, a lot of people hated those vultures that leapt, 4 screens away. Like, people hated those.
I mean, the funny thing in Endgame is it's probably the frickin' what do you call them? Quill crabs are probably the thing that's the most.
Or the serpents.
But it's funny. The answer is so different in Endgame versus not. Like in the campaign, my favorite monster is the Eternal Knight. Like I really love that thing. It's just like one of my favorite monsters, just because I like how like the counterplay you have to do with it and that kind of stuff. But in Endgame they just kind of end up dying. And it's like doesn't really matter.
I think that was my first hardcore death. Was to the Eternal Knight.
Right. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Before we get into actual Dawn of the Hunt specific stuff, 2 more questions about the general game. So one of them might be pretty quick. Originally, when you guys were pitching Path of Exile 2, the pitch was every zone is going to have like a boss in it. Now I know now during early access, not every zone has a boss. Like all of them have like cool encounters and the like, but not all of them have a boss encounter. Is the plan still for every zone to have a big boss, or is it a little bit more dispersed throughout the campaign now?
I want that to happen. I don't know if it'll happen for release or not. Like, so we have bosses for these, right? Like all of the areas in the game, we have a boss that's for that area. It's just that not all of them are finished, and it's about getting time to,
How long's
to
the
finish
interview?
making them. So it's kind of like
almost over. All we have is 50 minutes
certainly
left.
the promise of having 100 bosses will be like 100% like over delivered as far as like getting like once we get to release. As to whether or not every single
also
area will
pausing
have a
it
boss
every
at
3
release,
seconds.
potentially not.
Okay.
But it's like we do have all the bosses sitting there like waiting to actually just get all the VFX and get all the stuff like there. Like it's just we just have to get them done. So like I eventually we will definitely get there because like as I said, the bosses are just sitting there. We just need to freaking make them. Like we have models, we've got rigs, we've got all that stuff. It's just we don't have the animation finished and the VFX done and like all the actual design work that needs to happen to actually make it good. Yeah, like as I said, still the plan. It's just that there might be other things that feel more important to us to do rather than add a boss to one particular random zone during the campaign.
That makes total sense. Excited to hear though that they're there. They're just waiting for balance. Okay, cool.
Right.
All right. Before we get into the specific 0-2-0 and 0-2-1 balance and additions, I'm really curious. Obviously,
You're
you
not
guys
in
are
the
getting a
PoE2
ton
mode?
of critical feedback to the game.
You're gonna miss all
And
the
Mark
updates.
really likes bingo cards. What is the best place for us to put this feedback? Is it like on your forums, on Reddit, in posts? How do you guys like to consume this best? Especially, you're talking about like an elite cabal of balancers in the game. Like how do they like to read the feedback the best? So like, what's the most productive? I guess.
Well,
is what I'm asking.
the reason we like the bingo cards is because it forces someone to really consolidate what is the most important things. Like if they're going to make a bingo card, it's like you can't just like kind of go on a rant and have a billion different little things where you kind of don't know what's important. It's
Playing
like
DR,
these are
watching
actually
you
the
play
things that you are
D4,
saying are
listening to
important to us, and so
PoE2.
that's kind of the reason why I like that.
No.
Now,
Playing
in
DR,
terms of like, so
watching you
we
play
obviously have got our community team. They're reading
listening
like
to
all these different
PoE2.
places. So like
Come
I'm going
on.
to get feedback like of the overall like sentiment of like what people are complaining about the most from them, regardless of kind of where you post it. But in terms of like what I like to consume myself, that's why we like the bingo cards. But also like like someone who makes a video essay on YouTube, like that's the kind of thing where like I can sort of listen and understand the like there tend to be like there tend to be like if they're a creator with like a lot of views, I'm going to be paying attention to that stuff, right? So like that stuff is another thing that I like to watch and understand. But as I said, like in terms of just like random people
That's
posting,
fair,
it really doesn't matter
Duncan.
where you post because our community team will pick it up and they'll get it and they'll find it and deliver it to us.
Okay. More bingo cards. They're coming your way. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. So, Dawn of the Hunt, Jonathan. I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier with Disengage and Rake, but the spear skills, people loved the mobility that they added to the game. A lot of people are using them on different builds or classes that aren't actually using the spear for damage and everything, right? Disengage especially. We saw, the race with like Angermus and everybody else just disengaging through the campaign, right?
Right.
I'm curious, seeing that people really like the mobility the spear has, is this making you guys consider perhaps adding more mobility skills to future weapons, to previous weapons, just to give people more tools to move throughout the game?
Well, I mean, it comes down to what's the feeling of the weapon supposed to be, right? In the case of the spear, you're talking about, a dexterous melee weapon. Like the quarterstaff is not as agile, but it's still more agile compared to the mace. You know what I mean? Like, once swords are in, they're going to be more agile than a mace, but potentially less agile than a spear. Like you're just kind of wanting to get that feeling of like, of each weapon kind of has that feeling. So I mean, look, every weapon type should have some level of mobility, but like the spear really probably is about, I always want that to be the thing that has the maximum, mobility. That's why it sort of feels like that. That's what makes it feel different.
Yeah, you guys achieved it. It's pretty darn mobile. I love Thunderous Leap. I'm also curious, just as a brief follow-up, have you guys ever considered more Blink-like spirit gems for dexterity and strength-based classes? Because obviously this is an intelligence gem. We'll get into attributes in just a moment.
Right.
They're sometimes a little tight. Have you guys thought about like a flavorful way to do Blinkish abilities on other archetypes?
Blinkish.
If that happens, it's probably going to happen on the on the Dexant class that we haven't yet released. Like that's the one that would be in theme with that kind of ability. So
Shadow
yeah, that's
stepping.
kind of where you'll see that. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is a little way out still, but there's a lot of design stuff along those lines, I would say, for that class.
All right, little tidbits for shadow enjoyers out there. All right. All right. So on from the mobility
Blink-ish.
front to crafting systems in Dawn of the Hunt. So Dawn of the Hunt introduced a lot of different crafting systems.
How do you like Abomination? I don't play single minion Necro. I only play single minion Companion, which is kind of how it's designed, right? Like you have your one companion, man's best friend. Playing a single minion Necro from I don't play. I think it's silly. Necro, I need an army. If it's not an army, I can't play it.
Or
I know that sounds stupid.
Or items to the game. Now, a lot of them are really cool. I'm curious, how do you feel, how much should an average player be engaging with them in Endgame? So I'm not even talking about campaign. I'm talking, you're in the Endgame, you're running maps. How often should I be touching something like the Recombinator?
Well, Recombinators are in particular like the one that I would say is the most kind of, like it does take a certain level of person to use that, right? Like that is like for you have to be a bit of a grinder to be able to use that system for sure. So like that one,
right?
I mean, I would say that one is sort of designed to be that way. Like it kind of has to be just through the nature it works. And the funny thing about Recombinators, and I feel like I've said this before, even with the previous designs, that like it is really hard to make something with with that mechanic that isn't, that both feels like that it's worthwhile for a player while also not completely being ridiculous from the perspective of like making the item game too easy. And it's like it's really hard to get into a place where you've kind of got like both of those two things. Like the benefit that Recombination gives you compared to using other types of crafting methods is actually ridiculous, but yet it also feels completely like the chances are incredibly tiny to a player.
Yes.
So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you sort of always ends up like that. And we sort of had trouble with Recombination a few times. As to whether or not players should use it more, I mean, we sort of, the target was that people would be using it like once per expedition, and I guess I don't know if we've like completely succeeded at that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, like that's kind of one of those things. But yeah, that one I would say is definitely one of the harder ones. Like for the other ones, like we want a variety. Like some of them you should be using all the time. Some of them you should be using much more rarely. We're about to add a bunch of these new. A bunch of these new runes and things like that. Like those ones are kind of intended to be like, they're a thing you want to find, like they're rarer, like, they're cool chase drops to find that. Those will be relatively rare, but, still way more common than what the current rarest shit is. Because we had that problem, of course, that we found out. That one, so effectively it should be a mix, in my opinion. We're kind of a little like want to really make sure though that you don't get to the point of like you get suddenly inundated with too much all at once. So we just have to like balance that a little bit.
Okay, I'm curious about the Socketable system, Jonathan. So right now you touched on a whole bunch of chase Socketables.
I want to know about this.
To the game. And right now many of the stuff in game are meant to solve simple problems, right? The rune system was pitched as kind of a replacement for Path of Exile once crafting bench, and with these new chase Socketables being added to the game, it seems like that might be fading a little bit away. Is there going to be other ways to solve these simple problems that people have in the future or imminently? Or
well, I get so I guess the feeling that we have is like as you kind of get deeper into the end game, then you'll get to the point where the base items that you're getting, because they're getting better, are kind of able to solve your problems more, and so therefore you don't have as much need to rely on the runes to do that. Now there'll be people who will argue that like they're still having to rely on them a lot for things like attribute requirements, and that's like another whole topic that we could talk about. Like that's a thing for sure. So
no, they did
it's
not
kind of
cover
like,
drop rates.
But the ideal we kind of want to strive for is like as you progress through the end game, your items are getting better. You no longer need, you might be a bit overcapped on res, because you're getting the items getting better. Therefore, you're like, okay, you're getting to the point now where you can say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this rune slot. And that's right around the time when you're getting these like rarer chaser and other Socketables coming in. So that's kind of like the feeling that we sort of want to achieve. And so then by the time you're like ultra top tier, you're like, I'm not using, I'm basically not using any attribute or resistance Socketables. I'm only using these like ultra chase like really things, or maybe it's like kind of 75 25 with 25 on just to fix that one resistance that's not quite right, like that kind of thing. That's kind of where we want to be as you kind of get through that progression, to kind of get that feeling of like another feeling of progress for the character.
Okay. On the resistance front too, we'll talk about attributes in a second, but resistances especially, I and many other players have found it almost So when you find a new cool item and you want to replace it, but it's going to replace an item that solves many of your resistances, right? It turns into this whole game of gear shuffling. And this is primarily, I think, an early end game thing, right? You don't have a lot of currency to trade with, or maybe you're playing SSF, and this basically ruins your character and it causes you to need to reshuffle everything. Are you guys aware that is kind of like the PoE1 like gem system, where the whole shuffling constantly had to occur, and that you have to juggle these defenses to maintain that base level of LE res? And you think there are any solutions that could be added to the game? I know in Path of Exile 1 there was like the harvest resistance swap on items. Maybe that could be like an omen that could be found.
So the harvest resistance swap. So I actually talked to Mark about this recently.
Okay.
And we were discussing about like whether or not we were happy with the harvest resistance swap, and like we were kind of like, the worry there is that it does make things a little bit too easy as far as the item game goes, like for sure. Like he was kind of like he sort of had the opinion that like, you know, like that's kind of like it's part of what like, yeah, it's sort of part of what sort of trivialized like, you know, getting thing. We sort of talked for a while about this, and the issue that we were having is like, okay. So I'm like, okay, sure. So you could make something like that, but just make it really rare, right? And it's like, well, okay, but if it's rare, then you're not exactly solving your gear shuffling problem, because like, you know, that you need to be doing that all the time. So it's kind of like we're in a bit of a hard place. So I actually don't really have an answer to how like we can improve this without kind of like compromising the item system, what we would consider to be too much of a way. You know, like, so this is I guess this is a
trying rupture 100
the
only
runes in theory
character
kind of do
levels lower
address that,
than you,
it's
but
like you
too
can
fragile. You can't get
temporarily
hit.
kind of like use.
So when I beat my 101 Exatheus, it was a perfect run. No damage. What in the world did you do? What? Don't talk about shaving. The wife said it was time to shave, so I shaved. Yeah, but that's how I always play Exatheus. It has to be a perfect run to progress. I'm sorry, Red Wolf. We're going to blame the wife.
Them, but then the concern is, okay, and like we've already sort of thought about this, but we kind of like are sort of probably just okay with it for the time being. Like obviously the concern is, and this is the thing Mark brought up, is like, okay, you can't take a Socketable out. These chase runes, if you can't do that, it does mean that you're going to be like, okay, I'm not going to use it until I know my gear is perfect, right? Like you like there's this concern if they're chase. So we did sort of discuss whether or not we want to think about that. Now we are just going to, for the time being, just leave it how it is. But like, there's definitely this concern of like, okay, if you've got to really chase Socketable, you know, like you're going to save it for only an item that you know is perfect. And so yeah, we'll sort of see how that plays out. But you know, we'll have a look at that a little bit later.
Okay. I'm also curious on like the attribute front. It seems like right now, the introduction of spears, it became prevalent to me, and in 0-1 it wasn't as crazy. It seems like attribute requirements are super high for some items.
She's the CEO.
And
she has to say.
even some
That's
gems.
right.
Are you guys aware that they might be? I don't even think it's that much. I think it's like maybe 10-15% too high. Are you guys looking into adjusting that at all? Or
So
are you okay where they
this
are?
is another one of those things that I kind of was thinking about. So I was kind of like, okay, I think what it comes down to is this. If you are playing a strength character, and should it be the case that you don't have to worry about attribute requirements for strength gear, or should you still sometimes run into something where you're like, okay, I need to allocate a bit more extra strength for this? Like, should this be the case or not? It's currently kind of balanced to a point where it's like, you know, like you have to occasionally care about attribute requirements. And what that means, of course, is that if you then want to splash and do something else from a different character, that's like relatively harder, right? And so I was sort of thinking about this, and I was like, I might be open to lowering it a little bit down for gems to kind of allow for more of that like thing. I wouldn't be much, I think, like, you know, because I don't want to make it completely like, I feel like in PoE1 it was kind of most case the attribute requirements were pretty irrelevant for a lot of things. Like it mattered a little bit, but like not very much, you know, like I don't think it mattered a lot. And so we did want to kind of make sure that attributes mattered more. But it's possible we overshot a little bit for the gems. I think for the gear, it's okay. I don't think that we've got like a huge problem there necessarily, although there are maybe a few cases where like people would argue that it's not right. I could definitely see the argument for gems coming down a little bit. It's one of those things that I want to definitely have another look at, because it's something that we can definitely sort of think about changing for sure. Okay. The main thing is just making sure that people can run builds. But on some level, there is intended to be an optimization problem, right? It's like, okay, you got to be thinking like, okay, if I want to do this and use this off-class thing, it's like now I'm making a sacrifice somewhere else. Like having to allocate the attributes is what prevents you from making a build that's just literally the best thing from every class on one build. like that would be an ultra dominant. Like the attributes are the only thing really preventing that from being the case. So especially, you know, with more of the combo stuff going on, we just have to be a little bit careful about that. So, you know, like that's really the sort of the only control level we have around that. So yeah.
Okay. Now,
the relic drop off
especially on
Abbey.
spears.
Yeah,
Spears.
If you're talking
I
about
feel like
Shattered
those, like,
Worlds,
because they encourage you to go on like sometimes all 3 attributes or 2 certain attributes, and it gets a little tough. That's just what I experienced. So maybe a little bit on that front, but
is there a tri-attribute spear?
I believe that maybe I'm crazy. Chat's probably going insane if I'm wrong. I thought there was. I might be wrong, but I remember I was just struggling in 02 or 010.
Right.
I was not, and it was rough. It was rough in 020.
Right. Okay. Understood.
Okay. So here's another curious one that I've seen a lot of debate about. So movement speed in Path of Exile 2. We're not even going to talk about boots, Jonathan. I just want to talk about the baseline movement speed, and not compared to monsters or anything, just the overall movement speed of a character. And the monsters too. A lot of people feel like it's too slow. And a gauge
slow.
people give is when you get Hare's Foot, that boon in Trial of the Sekima, it's like 30% increased movement speed. People are like, oh, that's where we should be, right? How do you feel about it maybe being a bit too slow? Do you think it's fine where it is? Just in general.
Well, as far as I know, and I could be wrong about this, but I, as far as I know, the baseline movement speed in PoE 1 and 2 is the same. Like, I don't believe it is actually different. The difference is in, like, the things you're doing, right? Like the skills that allow you to move all the time and all that stuff, right? As far as I'm aware. Now, as far as movement speed is concerned in general, I don't want to spoil anything, but like we are working on things around this for 030. We do have ideas for what we want to do. I don't want to break the combat system. Like if we just buffed movement speed for the player, like the baseline, it would break the combat system in a lot of ways. Like we'd have to do a lot of stuff. There's like animations. It would be a huge deal.
Yeah.
But we have some ideas. You know, but we'll talk about those a little bit. Like just probably 030 announcement. I would say as well, we'll be talking about that. But yeah, we've got some ideas. Like I think that there is something we can improve here. That will be the best of both worlds of still having combat mattering while still, you know, like being something that can help players with this concern. So like there's stuff that we can do. So
maybe
yeah,
something
I guess
that's
I wouldn't
like a little
really
bursty, right? It's not maybe tied to gear. It's just every so often you get a little dopamine rush.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see about stuff like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I definitely understand the problem, right? Like so in terms of tier 1 issues that we have that we want to address in 030, this is in the list, right? Like this problem that people have. Like you know, like I mean, we've got our list of tier 1 issues that we're like we can't release 030 without. You know, like even though I said we weren't locking features, I mean, some of the things are easy. Some of these things we're like, here's the tier 1 issues we're
working on it.
This is one of them. This movement speed concern that people have is a concern. But as I said, I just don't want to ruin the combat system too much. So that's why we have to be a bit careful.
They have plans for more movement.
Completely swapping gears, Jonathan. You guys added a pretty cool item in 020 in the Grand Project Precursor tablet. And it allows you, if you use it in a tower, it allows you to go into any map node or in the radius of that tower. A very interesting person brought up the fact, oh, maybe this is a little bit of an experiment to bring this as a core ability to towers. It makes Atlas traversal so much smoother. You know, we can get to cool destinations faster, skip around to the maps we'd like to play. Is there any chance in your mind that this would go core?
I don't think that I want something like. I don't think I'd want that to be core to towers, but like I guess if you're saying things like that, it sort of implies that you're not finding the things you want to find easily enough, which is the thing that I'd be looking to address with a concern like that. So that's kind of how I'd see that. Like I said, if you feel like that's necessary, it's probably because there's something wrong with the way that the you know like the amount of stuff you're finding. So there's definitely something that we need to address there. Like there are some concerns around the stuff for sure. I mean, one thing that we just actually I don't know whether it was deployed or not. Maybe it might be in 021 actually. Because like right now there's this like thing where there's a horrible imbalance of what maps like some maps are way more common than others. You know, and this is something that we have a fix for. As I said, I wasn't sure whether or not it went out in a point release or whether or not it's a 021. I think it's in 021 actually.
I think it's coming in 021. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's in 021. So, you know, we're effectively making it so that like the maps are much more even. So like you won't see nearly as many like you know, I think it's Hidden Grottos, isn't it? The one that you know,
Hidden Grottos. Yep.
Yeah, you get constantly. So yeah, like stuff like that, like will improve a lot. So I think that'll help as well. Like I think it really just comes down to balance of like when
Zooming
you
is
find
one of the
things,
key
where you
things that
find
makes you
them,
feel
that kind of stuff.
powerful
Like
in an
to me, that's
ARPG.
really what it is. And I
It
guess
is
it also
true.
comes
Speed
down to sort
feels
of like
good.
one of the reasons, the other reasons you might want to be like skipping more of the Atlas content is that you're not feeling like you're seeing what it is you want. And I guess that's
Quick
another
question:
larger
why not use
issue
Frozen Fangs on your
with
Beastmaster?
towers
You can.
as
I'm just trying to
well.
keep them alive, and it doesn't really do
I
anything.
think another thing that people really would like is
It's not
more
a cold
just
build.
player agency, right? To be able to, like you kind of said, run the maps that they'd like to run with the mechanics that they'd like to run, and the grand project tablet allows that, right? If you see a breach and a ritual and everything on your favorite map layout, but it's on the opposite side of the tower and you got to run 10 maps to get there, you know, it kind of is a feels bad moment. But just more like...
There's actually so that is a broader issue that I've noticed with the current way the Atlas works, which is not something that we initially... It's actually comes down a little bit to the overlapping tower thing as well. And it's only sort of a realization that we came to recently. So how can I put this together? Like, okay, so there's this issue of like, if you know in advance that something isn't the best, then it feels bad to have to kind of go through it like already knowing that it's not the thing you wanted. And so what I'm talking about this is like, okay, and this is something that the old Atlas, like in PoE 1 Atlas didn't have, that PoE 2 Atlas does have, that's like, you know, just sort of think about it. It's like, okay, so the overlapping towers thing is a great example, right? It's like, if you know that overlapping towers is the best thing, then every time you see a non-overlapping tower, you're like, oh, I have to just get through this so I can get to the next overlapping tower. And like,
Guilty.
let's just say, for example, and like this is a terrible idea, so I'm not actually going to do this, but I'm just like, let's just say, for example, that we had a mechanic where, and I wouldn't do this for like 10 reasons, but that like when you run a map, there's a random chance that it turns into a tower, right? Let's just say, for example, we had that mechanic. What that would mean is that now you at any time could get the best thing. So you don't feel bad about running maps that you know can never be the best, because at any time the maps could be the best. And this comes down, I think, to the sort of core of like AIPG itemization as well, where it's like one of the reasons why it's good is because, like, you know, the next rock you turn over could contain the mirror drop, right? So it's like you don't feel bad about killing monsters, even if, like, you know, like, assuming we get everything right, that is, you know, because it's like, okay, there could be a good thing like right around the next corner. It's like if you knew that every monster that you killed was going to drop nothing. Like, let's say, so here's another example of a thing that would be similar, right? Let's just say that all the monsters in a map drop nothing except the boss, right? Let's just say that that's what
Torment 4, right?
If you had that, killing all those monsters would feel like a chore, because like there was no chance of that ever returning.
Be able to kill
right?
every single
You're just
boss.
like, I just want to get through this to get to the boss, right? And so you've kind of got a similar thing going on, but on like a higher level.
Probably pit 100
with the Atlas system, where it's like, you know that this part isn't the best, therefore like I feel bad having to grind through it. Like if they had a chance of being the best, it would be fine. So I feel like we need to find a way to make that more the case. And like I was sort of discussing, like as a random example that's kind of a bit related, although not exactly the same.
100 down,
like,
level 252, nice.
You know, in PoE 1, any map could just randomly spawn a breach.
Yes.
For example.
Yes.
And PoE 2, you know when you don't have one. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like there's this like so like that sort of element sort of like has a thing. So there is something to this, and like I can see that there's a problem. I just need to sort of work out exactly how we're gonna
get it.
The things that like as I said, the thing I just said there before, like that would solve the problem. I just hate it for 10 other reasons. I'm just sort of putting that out there as like an example. To evoke the idea of how it would feel to you if that was how it worked, you know what I mean? So like that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about how to sort of resolve this problem. So we do need to do something. Like I like a lot of what the tower mechanic does, but like there's still not something quite right about it. Like there's some stuff we have to do, and I also really love that sort of feeling of exploration thing going on. But you know, I guess something we didn't realize is like, when you can see things in advance, you have to be really careful that you don't let the amount of importance that can have be too high, because that undermines the feeling of everything else. So like that's kind of like a thing I guess we need to think about. So yeah, there's certainly some stuff to think about here. We need to work out what exactly we're going to do about it.
All right, yeah, I think you're touching on the exact feeling I had like when going back to Path of Exile 1. And I always had that feeling of surprise or mystery going into all the maps, and that's just not in PoE 2. So I'm glad that it's on your guys' radar. That's awesome.
Right. Well, I mean, in 0-0, we did intend to improve that situation by adding more random things, and so having more random things that aren't just the leagues is also a way to sort of improve that. And so
logout
0-2
yet. He's
helps
close to
with that
600 level
to some degree.
600.
But I do think that there's still like an issue around that to think about.
Okay, awesome. Okay, let's see. I know we're running short on time. I know you have to run in about 25 minutes. So I'm a little bit curious on, let's see here. I'd love to touch on races for just a moment, since you guys are running quite a few of them. Okay. So they're obviously back for Path of Exile 2. You guys have been running them pretty consistently. I'm curious, is there anything in particular you guys are trying to glean while watching these races? Like, are they influencing any balance decisions? Or are they showing you, oh, well, this part of the campaign could be improved?
Is Avalanche showing good? I haven't played Avalanche.
I'm really curious to hear.
Other than
are they just pure
auto-trigger through Halvar's set.
I wouldn't say that we learn much
it's
about
unchanged for the
things
most
from
part.
that perspective beyond just
most people are triggering earthquakes from Avalanche.
Changes we could
Really,
make
it's an
for
earthquake
races in
build.
particular. It doesn't influence too much about the rest of the campaign, I would say, just because like the things that they're doing are really just quite outside the norm of what normal players experience. So yeah, it really is more of just a fun thing we enjoy doing that. Like that's more of what it's about. I wouldn't say that there's like a kind of development reason to run them per se.
Okay. Yeah. All right. This is a very early game question, Jonathan. So and the guy I'll use as an example is my dad. So a lot of very new players to ARPGs, they started playing PoE2. It was like their first ARPG ever. And a lot of them are unaware of the importance of certain items in the game, like crafting currency, right? A lot of people will just hoard it, even though the currency says, hey, use me on items, right? Would you be open to the idea of maybe doing a very short quest or tutorial in Act 1 to put people on this path? Because once I showed him how to do it, Jonathan, dude, he's ground more than I have in PoE2 this season.
I actually already had this idea, and it's already something that we've got in the works. So awesome. I just want to show everyone because a major experience a major difference in experience is just transmuting your weapon. If you transmute your weapon, you're going to have a way different time than if you don't know to do that. So that's something we're going to explicitly say, here is a quest where it's going to drop a transmute. It's going to tell you use your weapon.
Okay, cool.
Actually, to really make sure that new players know how to do that.
Okay, that makes me so happy to hear for a lot of the new people coming to the game. That'll be great for 1.0's launch and all that too. Cool. Okay, back to item questions. So, Path of Exile 2, unique items. A lot of the items right now, they fall off as you go into endgame and you scale your character, but it's not because they aren't cool. A lot of them are super cool, but they have no way to scale, past a certain threshold in the game. Are you guys okay with the number of uniques that are in the game, are cool, but just become a little blip in a character's journey? Or are you looking into really reinvigorating some of these items?
I would say, look, there are some that we definitely need to make more powerful, but I would say that a lot of the reason is just because we started working on the lower level ones and we're only getting, only since 010's launch, I would say, have we really been focusing on the more high level stuff. And there's more of that stuff coming. We have more uniques coming, in 021. The focus on unique design now is that sort of in-game, like later on stuff that you can use viably on a character going forward. So that is definitely the case. At the same time, there's a bunch of stuff out there that people would use if it ever dropped, right? So it's funny because we were actually looking at because Mark and I actually did this exercise recently together. We're like, okay, so what's the stuff I'm excited to drop, right? And we started looking through some uniques and we were just like, man, we forgot we even added this, right? It's so rare. There's 12 Astramentuses that have dropped on the live realm. You know what I mean? It's like
well,
no, that's not actually accurate. There were 12 in trade. There were 12 in trade at the time that we looked. It's like man, okay, we worked out. I actually worked out recently because I've actually been recently writing simulator so I can more easily work out some of what's going on. We have things we can do to work this out, but it wasn't easy enough. I want to be able to just at an instant's notice as we're changing balance numbers the result on the item drops are. So I started writing a tool for that, and I found out that an Astramentus will drop every 45,000 divine, and it's okay,
yeah, that's out.
It's how many years do you have to wait?
That's crazy.
And it's okay, we're just we're not in the right universe here as far as the drop rate of something like that. So yeah, they effectively do not exist as far as a regular player is concerned.
So these drop rate bugs are pretty substantial. Then I didn't ascertain this.
They are. They're very, very, very substantial. I mean, look, it's like I think at the trade at the time we saw one was like selling for like 600 divines, and I'm like, this is actually technically cheap compared to the drop rate of this thing. I was like, people don't even know when this drops, so they're just setting it at like a thing. So yeah, that needs to change, obviously, right?
Okay.
And like one of the key actual differences, and I get this is a little bit inside of things we don't normally talk about, but whatever, I'll talk about it anyway. So like one of the changes that PoE 2 had that I think that enriched, but we're actually going to change this back, and this is like a major thing that will improve things, is in PoE 2 the chance of a unique dropping is scaled by the chance of the drop pool of that type of item dropping. So what I mean by that is like unique amulets are like rarer because they're an amulet. But in PoE 1, this was not the case. Like all the uniques were in one pool that then, like, you know, they all had an equal chance. I mean, not equal, right? There's rare and there's common ones. But being an amulet didn't affect the chance for it to drop, right? In PoE 2, the reason why Astromentus is like so completely ridiculous is because amulets being a rarer like thing just in the base pool anyway means that the unique version of the amulet is now incredibly rare, like to a point where they might as well not exist. So what you'll see, at, like, you know, as a starting point is that jewelry that are uniques will be way more common than they currently are, just because we're now putting them back into the regular pool with the other uniques that they can roll together. And so that's like an example of the kind of thing that will improve it. And it's like, yeah, like some of the stuff just doesn't have an opportunity to be a chase item you're even thinking about because it's so rare you just don't expect it. It's like not even a thing, right? I mean, it's like effectively Mirror of Calandra Tear at this point, and that's not what we really intended and something that is going to change. So.
That's wild to hear. Hey, Astromentus stonks. Okay, here we go. Right now. Awesome. Maybe I'll find one. That's cool. Okay, so a little bit of a focus now as we get to the final section of the interview, dude, on the future of PoE 2. So just onward. One thing I'm really curious about, and I think a lot of other people are as well, many ARPG veterans have been conditioned to view the campaign as a blip in the journey. You know, you start there and you get through it as fast as possible. Obviously, Path of Exile 2 has been trying to change that. There has been tremendous discourse on this fact, you know, in 0.1 and in 0.2. I'm curious, taking all this and looking at it and looking toward the future, maybe even Acts 4, 5, and 6, how do you see the Path of Exile 2 campaign evolving?
Well, I would say that most of the stuff around this really comes down to the kind of like play speed concerns that people have.
That's kind of a pointed question from Try. Hey, there's a lot of discourse. You can interpret that as, hey, people are pissed off. They don't want to play the campaign 100 hours over and over again. That's pretty pointed, right?
Have so it's like if we can address that, I don't think people are going to be concerned about like campaign length anymore. Like I would say that like it's not necessarily the case that PoE 2 is that much longer, if it even is that longer at all, than PoE 1. If you would think of it in terms of like total distance you need to actually walk and number of monsters you need to kill, it's just that, you know, like it's just the pace is the concern. So if that is higher, or if like there's ways to be that faster in that way, then I think that those kind of concerns will definitely go away or down significantly at the very least. At the same time, it's not helping that cruel difficulty exists, right? Like that's certainly something that is like makes the experience worse. And like it's not like we want cruel difficulty to be there, right? Like it's a compromise that exists until the point we can get more content in. So like basically once we can remove that, I think as well that will help a lot. So that I think it's really the combination of those things that are the primary reason why you know why there's a lot of concern over this. And so effectively, so long as we can fix both of those problems, then I think that stuff will be a lot better.
Okay, no announcements here, but there was an interview you did for 0.20 about Acts 4, 5, and 6, and how it was a little confusing, like the answer. Do you think that they'll be coming one by one, or do you think they'll all be dropping at the same time? I don't know if you know the interview I'm referring to or not.
I just don't. I unfortunately don't want to announce anything.
Oh, you
so,
don't.
You'll just have to wait for that one.
Okay, that's totally fine. All right, I get it. Okay, in the future, now you touched on some archetypes not being fully explored right now, and you might actually be buffing stuff up in this league. Is fire on your radar at all? Because compared to a cold and lightning, it just feels a little lackluster. And I don't know if you think that's just a like design or damage or anything.
I mean, okay, so I definitely would agree that lightning
Fire!
is
How's
in a
Babyface
better
doing?
place
Good.
than cold and fire. I don't fully know if I would agree that cold and fire are necessarily like that far apart from each other. This actually comes down, I think, to the thing I was touching on earlier about like the ability for a skill to scale. Like lightning, just kind of like when you're designing a lightning skill, like it bouncing around between enemies is kind of like just one of those things that tends to happen, right? Because it's lightning, right? Obviously it should do that. And so what that's kind of led to is like when you're not thinking too hard about scaling, lightning just sort of naturally scales more because it can hit more targets, because it kind of auto targets and bounces. You get those kind of skills that allow it to kind of get that kind of in-game clear ability. And fire and cold, it's like I think we have to be a bit more explicit in order to make that happen. So I would say that's kind of the reason. I think, like, I mean, obviously there's going to be balanced numbers and there's going to be a million other things and they're unique and there's like 20 other reasons why this can matter. But I think just from the base level in terms of scaling, like lightning just as a design space tends to scale more even when you're not thinking about it. And then the other two, yeah, not so much. So I think that's kind of part of why lightning in particular is kind of like, ended up being something that has got more of that going on.
Lightning and cold have like utility too, with like chill, freeze, electrocute.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
I mean, look, fire sort of has its whole burning thing. I mean, look, the whole difference between damage types things is also something that I think that we didn't explore enough yet in the unique space as well. So what I mean by that is, I don't think that conversion in PoE 2 matters that much because like there isn't enough kind of going on that like allows that to matter, if you know what I'm saying. So like it's kind of like that kind of stuff. I think like we need to like more mechanics, and uniques, like more sort of things in the game will kind of hopefully address that and like make those elements like matter more in terms of what makes them unique and
Surely
different
if I laugh,
because
I'll
of
make
like what's
me more
available to use in the rest of your toolbox.
Would you guys consider support
I mean-
gems to convert elemental damage at any point?
I mean, it's not like, I mean, the thing is, right now, I don't think the conversion is really that valuable thing. Like, it's not, like, I don't think there's enough kind of going on. And it's like, quintessentially, like, okay, so Acolyte of Chalula, for example, right? Like, the Chaos conversion is just, like, not
I did not
really
start another
valuable like it should
Subathon.
be.
I literally
And it's just
deleted the
'cause, like, there's
clock
not really
from all
anything
my
about that
scenes.
that's kind of, like, important enough. So
Wait, I didn't delete
it's
the
like,
clock. It's
when
still
this
there,
was
guys.
designed,
I
it's like
didn't
the
mean
assumption
that.
was, oh, like converted to
It's
chaos is
still
valuable, right?
there,
Like, it was
it's
valuable
still
in
there,
Theory
I
1,
didn't
therefore
mean
it's
that.
valuable here, but it's kind of not because like of the other tools that are available, and so then it kind of ends up making that class like not as cool as it should be for that reason. So it's like then we either have
Well,
to think,
I
okay, do we
can't
need to be
because
adding
I'm
tools that are going
looking
to
at
make that more,
this.
or do we need to be adjusting how that class works? Like, well, we obviously have to work this out. Like make some other changes potentially, but it's like that kind of stuff.
Guys,
it's like sometimes there is just PoE 1 brain going on in terms of like, oh, like this is valuable in
Stream
PoE 1,
looks
therefore it must be valuable in
naked
PoE 2. Like,
without
and you
it. Come
sometimes don't even
on.
think that fully through, right? Because you like to even understand why or it is or is not kind of depends on a full understanding of like every other, the whole unique metagame. The thing is like tomorrow a unique could come out. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying tomorrow a unique could come out that like that makes Acolyte of Chalia suddenly amazing, right? It's like it's completely down to like the context in which it exists in. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's
It's going to come out next week, is what you're saying, right? Yeah.
I'm not going to promise anything. I don't actually know for sure the case, but what I'm saying is like there's that element going on. So
Okay.
that I would say is part of the problem. Like we just need to make sure that we're like
Stream looks
understanding
naked,
a bit
Aaron's
more
face
about
is
like
naked.
what
Can we stop
about,
it there?
But look, it's easy once you've got
All right,
players
next we
playing
should
and you
log
can
into
see what they're doing.
Diablo
You can
4
see that they
while
haven't found
listening to
anything,
PoE
right?
2 while
if they haven't
being
found anything
naked.
yet, they probably means
I
they're
think
not
this
going
is-
to. We
and
probably
the
have to
fence
like
is naked.
actually come up with something to juice this particularly, whether that's the class or whether that's unique or some other element
Sorry,
to make that
you're
possible.
blinded
We just
now.
need to sort of make that happen. And I'd
When's
say
the next
conversion in
Subathon?
general,
I'm
but
kind of
Acolyte of Chalia in particular,
trying
like,
to find
has,
something to
like,
listen
problems
to. I'm
around that.
tired of
So
trying
you
to
guys,
find something to listen to
you're
while
segueing
working.
perfectly into a rapid fire question. Acolyte of Chayula, we have like 23 Acolyte players out there, and they really want some love. You guys aware? Is that maybe one
They
of the
already want
candidates for
another
a buff
Subathon.
in
Oh,
the
definitely
League
for
patch?
sure, yeah.
It is? Okay.
For sure.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Crazy.
Good to hear. Okay. If you're not going to answer campaign questions, how about let's do one more endgame question, then I got a set of really quick questions to answer. So, the infinitely expanding Atlas, as
You
more
mean
people have
season
played
3?
it, like I said, 6 months, going into like 1.0, whenever that comes out, are you confident this is going to be the system going into 1.0?
Well, I guess what I would say about that is basically, I mean, we sort of covered this before, right? Like where I was discussing the
do a
thing with
lot
the towers
of it,
overlapping and all
right.
those various things.
Yeah.
That kind of really comes down, all comes into it. So what I would say is like, I don't think we've found it quite yet.
Okay.
I hope that I personally love the whole infinite expanding Atlas thing, like as an idea, and like I want to make sure that can happen. But obviously, like nothing if it doesn't,
They love the
you
monolith.
know, if we can't make the end game awesome, then we will change it, right? Like everything's like
Not
that.
final,
Now, as I
yeah,
said, I
right.
think we've got a lot more to try before we have to change how that is. But you know, that it's like nothing is sacred ultimately if it means getting in the way of like, you know, something being good. So, you know, yeah, like I want it to be there. We'll see what happens.
Okay, cool. All right, lots of rapid fire questions here, and then we'll close out with a question that I'm sure that you'll answer. You won't dodge me out of it at all. Okay, so div cards. We saw mention the winner in all three races is going to be able to make one.
Yeah.
Are they coming soon? And if they are, any changes from PoE 1? Are they going to work the same?
Pretty soon. Fundamentally, they work similarly, but we do have some just like stuff to kind of make it a little bit.
Shade of Oribus.
I mean,
You can tell me. It's okay. Nobody's listening.
it's like there were some just cases in PoE 1 where you kind of had like some of the things you could pick kind of like were a bit silly, like in a way. Not okay, that's not quite getting to it. It's like I don't want just like 20 copies of div cards that are effectively ultimately doing the same thing just because they've got slightly different variations, same like exact stuff. So we're gonna control that a little bit more this time to kind of make it so that like, okay, if you're the div card that's this, then like that's your thing, and like no one else is gonna be stomping on that. You don't kind of have like, you know, a billion ways to all just give you a you know, like a mage blood.
Okay.
You know, like in PoE 1, you know what I mean? Like, so we want to just do some adjustments there, but that's kind of more of a thing around, like, you know, the people making the div cards rather than the thing around actually finding them. So I don't have anything to talk about on that side yet, but yeah, it won't be too far away. We do have some pretty nice looking art.
I got a diamond supporter unique for sale.
That's pretty
Div
cool.
cards.
So, you know,
Is it going to be different from Path of Exile 1, like brand new art for PoE 2 for div cards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's exciting. Okay. Is the plan to still allow players to log into separate accounts via couch co-op? Because I know that was originally
that
the
is
intention.
the plan. That will probably be the thing that the console guys do after they've done the ability to transition from mouse and keyboard to controller on the fly, like on the fly.
Seamlessly,
So once they're done with that, we'll probably work on the couch co-op different account thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I've heard chat is going wild about this, and I know you've talked about it ad nauseum, but I'm still curious. Any more options for armor or defensive layers related to it potentially coming in 0.20 or 0.3?
I don't have anything to say about it at this point. Like, well, this is one of those like this is probably going to be another freaking multi-day conversation with Mike to work out the details of. So once PoE 1's out, we'll probably have a long discussion. I'm certain about. Certainly something that people are very keen for.
Okay. Any timeline on adding passive tree layouts to the game? We know that those are coming in PoE 2. Any timeline on those?
Oh, you mean
Just the pathing. The pathing.
The thing where yeah. You know what? I need to follow up on that again. I actually don't know what the timeline was on that one. I need to go talk to the UI guys about when that will be. Hopefully, I mean, look, I want to get it in, so it won't be too far away.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Would it be possible to add an option to disable auto-targeting either as a global setting or on a skill-by-skill basis? I've heard some people complaining about that a little bit.
So I have a huge thing about this.
Uh-oh. Not a rapid-fire question.
But it's like, this is not a rapid-fire question. It's a very complicated thing. Okay, so like, because I've got like crazy theories about why this is suddenly an issue and like all these other things. Like, it's like a whole... So because like, okay, PoE 2 and PoE 1 targeting is identical. There is no difference between these, right? And targeting in PoE 1 was not a big thing that people were worried about. Like, this just wasn't a thing. And so I'm like, why is it different in PoE 2? Because people have been saying, okay, it's like there's a lot of people talking about parallax error, right? So what we're talking about here is like targeting is relative to your feet, right? Mm-hmm. And like to me, that makes total sense because I'm like, okay, like when you click, that's exactly where you move to. When you right click, that's exactly where the projectile flies over, right? Like it seems to make sense to me. And so I always assumed that this was how every ARPG worked. Like I actually just assumed that. Like I didn't actually know, and I never really thought about it before because it was just so obvious to me that that's how it should be. But then when people started posting about this, I'm like, okay, I'm actually going to try out just like a bunch of other games and just see, like really look at them, how they work. And I noticed that like, okay, the first one I tried was D4 and I'm like, okay, they actually do this differently. They have it.
Are you guys joking around or I can't tell? Is the audio actually cutting out of the stream? Don't mess with me, bro. It's fine. Thank you.
So that when you right click, the projectile exactly moves to the mouse. And to me, I'm like, this is insane, actually, because like when you click in the location, you run to a different, like you run, like if you click to your right, you'll run right. But if you right click there and fire a projectile, you'll fire diagonally downwards. And I'm like, okay, like, and yet this is more intuitive to people. And so I'm starting to think like, okay, well, at least to some people, right? So I'm starting to think like, okay, well, what's the difference here? And then I started thinking like, a big change in PoE 1 and 2 was WASD. And when you're using click to move, every time you click, it's like reinforcing the fact that everything's relative to your feet, because it's like that's where you move to, right? So you're like click, you're moving there every single time. Every single click is like reinforcing this like way of thinking about where things are relative to your character. Right. But when you're in WASD, oftentimes you are effectively just saying, I want to fire that way. You know, like this is the direction I want to fire in. So maybe you like internally in your head, you just sort of think about it differently. So if you're like, to me, it working the other way is actually unintuitive. And I actually tried in D4, like, okay, if I like don't click on the monster, if I like am specifically trying to click on the ground to hit the monster, and I just play like that for a little while, like what do I end up with? And I actually was missing all the time because once again, it's not intuitive.
Only 5 minutes left.
But I'm like, okay, but if like one of the biggest other RPGs works this way, it does seem reasonable for us to have an option to change it to work that way. And so then I started looking into these other games, and so like I checked last Epoch. That one, somewhat inexplicably, seems to look at your knee height, and I don't know why, rather than the chest height. It's kind of weird. So I don't know what's going.
Why is he talking crap about last Epoch? What, you didn't think I was gonna catch that? Huh? Last Epoch. Now I'm pissed off. That he had to get in hey, we went to go copy last Epoch and realized they do something weird. Yeah. What a monster. Unbelievable. I was waiting for this. What?
Going on with that? What's it called?
Torchlight? Maybe?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry?
Torchlight Infinite? I don't know.
Torchlight Infinite,
No
that's chest height. No Rest for the Wicked. I actually didn't check that one.
Okay.
But I checked, oh God, what's it called? Whatever. There was another one I checked that was also feet. Okay. Like, it is a variety, right?
Okay.
The game. But okay, but it's like Diablo 4 is obviously like a game that tons of people played. You know, you got a lot of people coming from that to us. Like, this fundamental thing working differently is some.
Did anybody catch that? Diablo 4 was a game that a lot of people played. He literally used past tense. Did anybody catch that?
Somewhat inexplicably seems to look at your knee height, and I don't know why, rather than the chest height. It's kind of weird. So I don't know what's going on with that. What's it called?
Torchlight? Maybe?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry?
Torchlight Infinite? I don't know.
Torchlight Infinite,
No
that's chest height. No Rest for the Wicked. I actually didn't check that one.
Okay.
But I checked. Oh God, what's it called? Whatever. There was another one I checked that was also feet. Okay. Like, it is a variety, right?
Okay.
The game. But okay. But it's like Diablo 4 is obviously like a game that tons of people played. You know, you got a lot of people coming from that to us. Like, this fundamental thing working differently is something that can matter. So basically, what I'm saying is we are actually looking into having an option for this. Whether or not it's the default or not is going to be an argument.
Okay.
You know, like that's a question. And I think that and the reason why I bring this up, right, when you just talk about the whole disabling the auto targeting thing, is because there's a very specific and this might even be hard to explain without a picture, so I might have to hold this coffee cup up here.
Oh, here we go.
As a visual aid here. So okay, we're getting right into it now. Basically, okay. So if you are targeting from your chest to chest, then basically, when you move off, like if this is the bounding box of a monster,
okay,
then as soon as you move the cursor off that, then the location on the ground that is nearest to that will be closer in terms of like the angle that your projectile would fire to the like location, like you move a small amount of distance of the mouse and you get a small amount of rotation of the of like where you're gonna aim.
Right.
But using the system from your feet, it means that like when you move off a monster, that change in angle is quite a lot larger, because if you move off from here to here, it's like there's quite a big snap that happens. And so I think that when people are talking about wanting to disable this, it's because when they slightly click off the monster, it's resulting in an outsized amount of difference in angle of actual that you're attacking with. And so that sort of then means you're like, your instinct without sort of thinking about it too hard is going to be, oh, I just want to disable that, right? Rather than it just being that, like, if the 2 points were closer together, then that wouldn't be a concern that you would have. So as I said, I want to try just first, like, okay, let's just try with this thing to do that, and then we'll see how that goes. And then, like, there might be a world where I'd consider having it so that you can disable name locking as well. But I don't think that's going to be a complaint. Like, it never was in PoE 1. The moment that you don't have that problem. And I said, I think in PoE 1, the reason why it wasn't because people were so conditioned to how it worked from the way you're clicking to move. So I think it really is WASD that introduced us to that issue. But yeah, anyway, that's a long rant. It's like a whole thing.
Am I misunderstanding, or is this guy a tool bag? It seems like they're saying some players would like this feature. Would you ever add it? And he spends 5 minutes explaining why wanting that is stupid and this is way better. I will tell you this. Covering action RPGs now, at least in the content creation world, for going on 6 years, a lot of times as the player, we look at it as, why can't Last Epoch just put pause in the game? PoE 2 has pause. I like pause. Just add it. And then they go, yeah, we would love to add it, but obviously that game was designed with pause and ours isn't. So we would have to change these 5,000 things, right? Or why can't we get offline cosmetics in Last Epoch? Why don't they want more money? Just give it to us. Well, we do want to bring cosmetics to offline mode, but the reason why we can't is there's a way that on the offline client, people will be able to break into the system, and we're trying to figure out security, and there's a lot of weird things. Why can't it just come to console? Why is Last Epoch not on console? People want it. Well, we want it on console too, but we have to establish relationships with Sony and Microsoft. We have to ensure the game can run on the hardware. We don't want to downgrade the PC performance for console. So we're building these relationships while building controller support, while maintaining that the game can run on old console tech hardware. You know, there is more than just we want, give us. I don't know if that helps.
That we're looking into at the moment, and that's what I have to say about that. But it took quite a lot of like thinking about it and working it out to sort of see what the issue was there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Diablo 4.
Thanks for the 500 bits.
We'll
How's it going, sir?
That's pretty cool. Okay. So on consoles, the Hideout music player doesn't work after being...
Yeah, the way you were explaining things makes sense, but his answer was, so I went to play all these other games, and for some reason they do things from the feet or from the knees or some reason, and laughs. He did not make Last Epoch sound like they are doing it the right way. That is for sure. It says combat's at the knees. No, you're right.
Bot. Any idea if there's a fix?
Thank
like,
you,
people
sir.
Apparently
I honestly, like, that was not on my radar.
Oh.
Go like immediately and just ask someone to see why that is. Because
we want to hear
there's
Camille's
almost certainly
bangers.
going to be a bug in the issue tracker.
Okay.
There's almost certainly a bug in the issue tracker sitting there about that, and I just need to say that that's kind of unacceptable that doesn't work.
Awesome. And then one little quality of life feature before the silly question. Some people have difficulty reading text in chat in game. Is there an opportunity to perhaps add some options like an opacity slider on it instead of being all or nothing?
So we for like a long time have been wanting to do like a full chat revamp.
Oh,
and
yes.
the problem then has been that because we've got that in the like what we want to do, it means that every time someone suggests like a little thing, they're like, oh, but we should just wait to do that for the whole huge chat revamp. And I just need to actually make sure the chat revamp happens so that because we want to add more options and things and like have a bunch more stuff going on with that. So
okay,
yeah, basically before release, definitely we will have a chat revamp, and that'll like a lot of those kinds of problems we can just fix.
All right. Awesome.
I feel like I'm one of the only people that the second one of the first options I turn off is global chat. I never have it on in literally any games. I don't know. Just feel like it's always a distraction and filled with garbage.
One more Path of Exile related question, and one that is unrelated, unless maybe it inspires you.
Alpha,
anybody in the office playing
2 years
Expedition
of
33,
support,
I have to
sir.
ask. It's the only game
Good
that's taken
afternoon.
me away from PoE 2, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, certainly. It's pretty popular. I played it.
Okay.
I kind of like... I fell off right after the end of Act 1. Not to spoil anything, but there was something that happened there that kind of, for some reason, just kind of made me go, I don't know. Like, it just kind of, I maybe a bit unhappy now. People tell me that I really should keep going because there's a lot more cool stuff, and so I hopefully I will get time to do that. But and then Doom came out, and and then there was that whole thing, and so I kind of got knocked off again. But there's lots of people around the office who are loving it.
Cool.
All
right, so I know why you fell off, and it tells me a lot about your personality, Jonathan. So everybody can no spoilers in the chat, guys. No spoilers. But okay, cool. All right. Last question before we send you off, man. Thank you for staying a few minutes over. Okay, Jonathan, I duped myself into thinking the Druid was coming into Dawn of the Hunt. I was like completely blinders on. Everyone's like, you're wrong, you're wrong. No, the Druid's coming, the Huntress is coming. I know it was originally supposed to release with the Huntress, and you don't need to get into timelines with the Druid. I'm curious, can you reveal what kind of happened there? Was there I heard something about animation snafus. Was it a balance concern? Like, what's happening?
It just wasn't ready. That's all I can say. It just wasn't ready? It just wasn't ready.
Okay.
So, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. Are Baron Wolf forms still planned? Those two?
Well, you'll have to find out when we announce everything.
Okay. Well, I have a few more things, but I don't want to go over time, man. Thank you so much for giving me an hour and a half of your day. I know that you were booked literally the entire week except for this 90-minute window. So I really appreciate it.
Talkative Try. What an excellent interview. Here is the link to the video we just watched. Here at Action RPG, if there's ever a level 2 hype train, it doesn't matter if there's a subathon or not. The polka must flow till the hype train is over. Enjoy. Sounds like Druid is not coming in 0.30 either. Is that what it sounds like? Ghost, thanks for the 5 subs. Alpha, thanks for the subs. Ryu, thanks for the 500 bits. Polka nourishes my soul. And we haven't had any copyright claims on YouTube yet today, so we need to fix that. Hello, I got here just in time for bells. You did. You haven't been banned yet either. Yeah, what the hell's going on? Game is too convoluted. Which one, Mike? Last Epoch's too convoluted? The systems, yeah, echoes and all that. That's interesting. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. When you say convoluted, like it's unorganized, or do you mean it's just like too much to learn? Overcomplicated. Moon, thanks for the 5 subs. Once again, Aaron, thank you for your community. Today, I got a big upgrade for my Holy Smiter, and I wasn't sure about damage, if I should use it or not. So I asked Guilty. Triple Exalted Wand, T7 crit, cast Shock Chance. That's nice. Scale that with like an Ocean Ring. I have over 4,000 hours in Last Epoch. I don't know if anybody has ever called it too complicated. I mean, obviously there's people that have, you know, have answered thousands and thousands of questions. So you would want the end game dubbed down. That is a nice wand. Echoes, timelines, whispers. Whispers? Do you play Diablo 4? Ellie is complicated for completely new players. Too complicated is not what I ever thought. I mean, any new action RPG, right? Dwarven Realms is pretty complicated if you never played it before. I mean, I guess with, I mean, I could see Last Epoch for this update being a little more complicated. You've got all the woven echoes, you've got the tombs and cemeteries, you've got the 4 different factions, you've got multiple versions of the Pinnacle boss. I could see it being more on the complicated side. It's probably fair. So, Mike, just so you're aware, EHG took 9 months to put out this update, the studio behind Last Epoch, because the #1 complaint, like by a mile, was not enough endgame, not enough to do, and that it was actually too monotonous. Basically the polar opposite of what you just said. So they've really taken a lot of time to put in procedural side zones. And over 30 different woven echoes, and added in a new faction where you could scale your endgame how you want with your own Weaver tree. So they've actually tried really, really hard to get people to give the feedback you just gave. Like, they really want it complicated, or more complicated. I can see it being complicated for new players. Just the Forge, all the different runes and glyphs explaining shattering and removing. Yeah. But I mean, any more complicated than if you played PoE, PoE 1, D4, Torchlight, Warhammer 40k, Inquisitor, Martyr, Dwarven Realms, Hero Siege. I mean, any new isometric action RPG has certainly levels of complicated, I think. Sure, I hopped back on recently after not playing for a long time. It's quite different. Yes, yes. That it is. You could say LE has some complexity to it. Definitely wouldn't say it's convoluted though. Started wanting to try out lightning, but leveling with fire so easy and OP. I just stuck with fire. That's how I always level. That's how I always level. Level 4 hype train. Thanks everyone. Too kind. You guys missed your polka. I haven't had the same problems really with any other RPG. So give me an example, like what other RPG? Some of the ones you mentioned? Got it. Mike, if you go over to my boot camp series, obviously you're on YouTube right now. It's literally one of the playlists right on the homepage. It's my last Epoch boot camp series. Teach you how to craft, how to advance craft, how to make sets, how to switch attributes, how to grow stronger. A lot of good info in there if you want to try and learn the game. Thinking about dumping zombies out of this build. Can't decide. You dump zombies, I mean you legit do nothing. You don't play Holy Smiter by Aaron's lightning focus. That's true. Blasphemy. What do you spec in place of zombies? So there's a node in the passive tree right here. Veins of Malice. And whenever you cast a spell, you sacrifice 5% of your current health to grant your minions haste and frenzy. This effect has a 10-second cooldown. This basically allows you to frenzy your minions for 50% of their life. And I can't trigger it. There's no way of triggering it because we don't have Dreadshade. Normally you cast Dreadshade, Dreadshade triggers it because it's a spell, and now your minions have Dreadshade and they have Frenzy. But there is a way of triggering it. So you'll notice now, nothing. Take off Zombie and put on Transplant. And when you put on Transplant and use it as your movement skill, bam! All my minions now have Frenzy for 5 seconds. So as you're transplanting around, you're automatically buffing all your minions that are tearing people up. So what you would do is you'd switch out one ring. You'd put on a ring that has a champion affix where the minions move with you. You switch out zombies. And then literally you have 5 pyro mages, 5 skeleton mages, 2 fire wraiths, and 1 fire golem. 13 minions. And this is supposed to be an accessibility build, so you're not supposed to do anything. It technically saves you the click of spamming zombies. So then all you do is literally maintain your minion army. That's the whole job. Take out zombies and put in Cocaine Bear today. Dude, for my only minions build, I almost booted up Primalist and took 5 companions. I almost did that today. I was like, could I scale 5 companions? It's like, I think I could. I mean, technically it's the same build, right? 5 companions. If anyone could, it'd be you. I was like, we would take Wolf, Bear, Sabertooth, Raptor, and then maybe like a movement skill. Hi, Aaron. Congrats on the Subathon. Thanks, big guy. I appreciate it. But I was like, no, that technically doesn't... Like, that's not a... Like, again, this is an accessibility build. This is, hey, I need something with the least amount of buttons to push that is fun and can do some things. And... if you took all the companions, each companion has an ability that you need to trigger. So then technically you could take Swipe and you could trigger all the abilities with Swipe. Then you have to take a melee attack. So then you lose your movement skill. Then if you take a movement skill, now you're just 3 companions, a movement skill, and a Swipe. I don't know. It's just like, it for sure is not going to like flow the same way. Look at our little fire minion, huh? Fully spec'd into fire. Aaron, what does the little historical minion do? Great question. It does Nini. 0. Nothing. Well, not nothing. Actually, it just hit for 10,000. All right. It does a little bit, but practically nothing. Zombies are hitting for 100,000 damage. Hitting for 100,000 damage. $140,000. 'And for how much mobs on 300 corruption? What do you mean? That's what this build needs to be able to do, 300 corruption. DPS dummy is not equal to DPS in Echoes. Yeah, it's because in Echoes, enemies have resistance and armor and endurance and all the things that we have where the dummies do not. Which is how it should be. You want the dummy to be just like a flat so you could track it. I pulled the vanguards out. The Vanguards were doing about 10,000 damage, which isn't bad for a free minion. But it's just one more thing to balance, and I don't want to put that on people. It's actually doing a ton of damage. It's pretty good. Those are all 100,000. And they're hitting very fast. Okay, damage is feeling super boosted. Resistances are solid. No. Go twinned golems. Is that what you're saying? I'd rather take Fragments of the Fallen. Can I keep it alive? All right, we could test that. That's not a bad idea. 2 golems. We could try that. All right. Baby golems with it. Let's try 400 corruption. Been trying out your lightning wolves, and oh boy, so smooth. Yeah, they're great. Especially when you trigger the sprites. All right. The problem is that normally when I play only minions, I always play low life. Like, I want to be able to set up the player with a good source of sustain. So while they're running around with their one-button build, they don't have to really worry about too much survivability at that range. So the idea behind this build is accessibility, decent damage, one-button build, with some form of sustain. Right now, we actually don't have that. We have the damage. We technically have the one-button build. What we do not have is the sustain. I could easily flip this into low life. I just don't know if I want to. It is so nice having Mantle of the Pale Ox. And this is giving you the 22% damage reduction to your golem. Man, it's so freaking nice. What is your chess piece? Mantle of the Pale Ox. Yes, Dummies could have an option to simulate Lagon at 300 corruption. Yeah, they don't want to do that. Yeah, they're really trying to stay away from DPS calculators. Yeah, they think it's a net negative to the game. PoE feels the exact same way. They don't even put training dummies in the game. Let me give you an example. And I know this is kind of silly. You're going to be like, Aaron, are you serious? Torchlight Infinite. You used to be able to do 100 million damage. Then they raised it to 500 million. Then they raised it to like 5 billion. You could actually cap out the damage number on the training dummy. And it became your build is like, your build is defined by the training dummy. So like, What does this build do at the training dummy? Oh, it only does 2 billion. It's garbage. Like you start, you know, not tracking the fun factor, not tracking you just start tracking numbers. You just start tracking numbers. You become obsessed with the training dummy instead of slaying enemies. The second you put a damage calculator on the training dummy, that is now the new standard. What is your damage at the training dummy? Yeah, they don't want that. In Dwarven Realms, I'm working on sword. Oh, you're doing the leveling each stance? I gotta give Xathius time to catch up to me. I don't think I've ever hit a training dummy in my years of playing action RPGs. Now. Okay. Hold on. Ice hockey. You say you have not hit a training dummy in the years of playing action RPGs. When was the last time you made your own build? Literally from scratch. No guide, no tips and tricks, nothing. 100% your own creation. I'm only one rupture away. Took you long enough. That's normally why people don't interact with training dummies. Is just because if you're following a guide, they've, you know, the person that made the guide has already done the work, so you don't need to. I have several, but I never get them very far and end up grabbing a guide to help me get it over the bumps. Yeah. Baby golems. I use them in AR MMOs. I just finished my 8 stances. How tedious. Yeah, I refuse to do that.
Transform and roll out.
Yeah, I will. I don't care if it's like required. I'll just never play Dwarven Realms again. And I love Dwarven Realms. If it's like, dude, you want to push endgame, you have to level every stance. Yeah, I'm never doing that. Yeah. No, no, no. Good morning, Mr. Autobot. Hello, sir. How's your sleep schedule? It's not required, really. People tell me, Aaron, would you ever play Last Epoch without getting your idols and passives from the campaign? No. Okay, that is the same equivalent as doing all the stances. If that is, if those two are equal, oh my gosh, that is unbelievable. If that is actually how important it is. Sleep schedule. Shoot him, shoot him. Get to the chopper. Go now. I haven't decided if I'm going to play Borderlands 4. It's so funny. We just added it to the list for actionrpg.com. Some people are saying, dude, you got to play it. Other people saying, oh, have you heard the new crap? I don't even know what it, like, no, I haven't heard anything. But people saying that, like, people are boycotting the game or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'll just ask Moxie if I should play it and see what he says. It's not the same as idols. It's an additional 700 HP that can be gained by just getting health crystals. I downloaded this when it was a standalone demo on Steam. Oh, so Mike, it's been, you're talking, you haven't played Last Epoch in 5 years. Yeah, it's very, like, it doesn't even look the same, you know? Oh, is that all it is? Borderlands is priced at 80 bucks. Is that the drama with Borderlands? It's an $80 AAA. Damn, it's 80 bucks. All right, possessed big rock monster. Fully empowered. That doesn't feel too bad. That's 400 corruption. D4 sees $80 and says, hold my beer. It's not priced yet. He was just being a tool about it. I need to look this up. All right, what's the drama around Borderlands 4 news? Biggest shift in the genre. Borderlands 4 drama. Oh, boo-hoo. $80 for Borderlands 4. Let me break out the world's tiniest violin. Listen, Cupcake, you're not buying a game. You're investing in a premium galaxy-shattering experience personally engineered to blast your sad little dopamine receptors into orbit. Oh, yeah, I can see how people didn't like this. But hey, if $80 is too steep, there's always a solution. Just don't buy it. What a stupid thing to say. Oh my gosh. More legendary drops for the rest of us and fewer mouth-breathing freeloaders clogging up my loot pools. Win-win. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is crazy. But hey, if $80 is too steep, there's always a solution. Just don't buy it. More legendary drops for the rest of us and fewer mouth-breathing freeloaders clogging up my loot pools. Win-win. Stay broke, hero. Handsome Jack, President and Galaxy CEO. Whoa. Can you show your gear, sir? Yeah. We're not done with gear. Right now, we've built a Pebble set. So we're messing around with Pebble set. Basically, what we're doing is we're boosting our spell / attacks on fire. So Pebble set is going to give you a 42 base fire to attacks and spells based upon your lowest elemental resistance. You can see our lowest elemental resistance is fire. So Pebble set is currently boosting our fire, which we are fully spec'd into. Double Phantom Grip for the +2 to minion skills and the minion critical strike chance. Paleox, which is damage reduction, but I think I have to switch these three. I just feel like I have to. We have to go low life on this build. The cost to sustain through health regen is just going to be impossible, I think. So I think we're going to have to switch back to low life, and this being an accessibility build, I think that is the best thing to do. Just like that, we shoot up to 7,400 ward. There's also another problem. Now you don't want any health regen. This has health regen, and this has health regen. Switch out that. Whoa, no beard. It looks like a new person. Yes. Everyone's saying, Aaron, is that you? No, it's not. Wife said it was time to shave, so I shaved. Okay, that's all it is. Nothing to fuss over. Right? Nothing. Maybe. Smart to do what the wife says. Exactly. Nihilus. What did we do? This has fire resistance on it. Gosh. Fire resistance needs to be the lowest. Hold on. Fire, lightning. They're tied. Oh, how agitating. We are getting agitated. All right. And we need a ring. A ring. I wonder if we have any phantom grips. Attunement minion. We got a couple phantom grips. We'll slam a new one. Okay, slam a new phantom grip. Jeez, get a grip. Get a grip. You guys don't get it. All right, take that, that. Yo, what's up, Aaron? Hope the stream is going well. Going well. It's going well. Thank you. Slamming, this also has me perplexed. Watch my advanced crafting guide. It is the first video in the bootcamp series. Numero uno. Okay, that looks good. I slammed a new helmet today with 83% less critical strike damage. So let me get this straight. You're cheating again. You come back and just immediately start cheating. How do you live with yourself? All right. Golems. I want Golem to stay alive. So I don't want that. I also want... We don't want health regen. We do want armor. That's not gonna work. Do you want it to be a spell? Fire. Right, you. There. Can't take armor, don't want ward. When a skeleton dies, there's a chance to resummon it. 3 seconds. 40%. No, do it ourselves. And zombies. All right, that looks good. Spec into low life. And yeah, that looks good. Okay. Oh, we don't have our idols. Bleh, I gotta build new frickin' gloves. Off to the bazaar. I'm excited for season 3. I mean, your memory editor loader that gives me streamer client gold. There is no streamer client.
He's back in the bazaar again.
Dude, how long have you been waiting to do that? How long have you guys been waiting to do that? Aaron knows how to cheat. He does it so often. Guys, I'm not cheating. Do you understand? I'm simply using... Oh, gosh. All stream. Now I gotta listen to this. Ward. Missing ward. T7. We waited 48 plus hours. Oh, fine.
Stream is live, chat says go. Aaron's deep in the scrolling flow. Tabs on tabs, gear to chase. He's not fighting, he's marketplace. Boots, a belt, maybe a ring. Doesn't even need the thing. Just one more, he starts to say, but he's shopping the whole day. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals. chasing that perfect one. Chat says please, but there's no use. He's locked in hard on gear abuse. Clicking tabs and losing time. That stash tab life is feeling fine. Gameplay soon, nah my friend. It's scrolling, scroll to no end. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the boss, forget the plan. He's back in the bazaar again. Filters tight, eyes on glow. Crit and life, that's how it go. Game on hold, stream on fire. Buying gear is his true desire. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the boss, forget the plan. He's back in the bazaar again.
I don't even know where the music's coming from. Sorry for yelling. All right, everybody relax. Let's all relax. He's cheating. I'm not cheating, guys. Listen, the subathon's over, okay? It's over. Move on. Or now I'm yelling. I don't know why I'm yelling. I'm sorry, everyone. Mike, I'm sorry. Okay. Guys. Did you just break up with us? Is Subathon PTSD a thing? No, it's not a thing. Right? Guilty, will you stop it? Right? Trent, I'm not cheating, okay? I have approaching 6 billion gold, all right? And I'm trying to spend it to get that money back in circulation so that others can drive the economy forward. You know? Subathon withdrawal symptoms. Oh my gosh. You know what I mean? You guys believe me, right? Guys? Yes, sir, yes. MG is dead man. No, what? I should buy a new 2LP Exanguius and slam it. I wonder if there's a 3LP. All right, we should go back. Just buy red rings. Oh, jeez. You aren't shopping. You are engaging in No. What? Well, I'm just thinking, Wes, maybe we should start actually putting this together. I can't get much to sell anymore in MG. When I checked 2 days ago after the subathon, I had 19 items sold. Today I had another 12. Granted, I do have 900 items for sale in the bazaar. 900. And that's not weird. That's normal because I played so much for the Subathon. That's not weird. That's not weird. Most people have 50 pages of items for sale. You know. You have a problem, sir. It's not weird. Guys, Aaron runs the LE MG economy in his plan. No, I'm not. Well, I mean, we should tear off COF. They get all those. They should have to pay every 5 triple exalts. They got to give 1 to MG. That should be some kind of rule or something. I feel like that makes sense. See, you know what I mean, though. Aaron is carrying MG sales by himself. I am not carrying MG sales by myself, okay? Dude, our crit chance. Crit chance feels good. It's not weird at all to have a crippling addiction. All too common. Everybody, the founder is here. First founder, 45-month subscriber. La Luz, the founder. I lose. Here, Shopaholic, try and do it. No. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. I want to go to the turtle. That's what I want to do. We need to find a cemetery. I want to make a turtle. Luz, what are you up to today? You're at work. What's today? I don't know what today is. Today, Wednesday or Thursday? Today's Thursday. Luz, you almost made it to your weekend. Luz's Friday is tomorrow. Yeah, your Friday. I mean, yeah, your weekend. Yeah, I think we upgrade our low life set. We should snag a 2LP Exanguius, 2LP Last Steps of the Living, which I might already do. We should do some slams. That is a good idea. And when I mean snag, I mean hunt and find the items we want inside of our affiliated faction, is what I meant. Theo, I am the danger. I just shaved. And by the way, when I did shave, I shaved into a goatee and showed the wife. She was laughing. You mean cheat? No. No, I don't fight Uber Aberoth. We play mainly Minion builds lately. Bro, where is the beard? Wife said it was time to shave. I let it grow out for 6 weeks. That's pretty long. Damn, you look 20 years younger. Why does everybody say that? You went from a dad with good advice to some punk kid. That's not true, right? You also look so thin. What? Shaving my beard makes me look thin and young? Autobot? My wife doesn't allow me to shave it because I would look like a kid. He lost his hibernation bulk. Oh, geez. It's funny. I went to the gym yesterday and it's closed. I mean, it's opened. They're like, oh, we're getting all new equipment. I was like, what? I was like, that counts as going to the gym. I mean, I technically got ready and drove there. I think that counts. Chat is mean today. I know. See what I got to deal with? They're always mean. Beard is the mark of a man. I mean, I've literally been on content creating for October will be 6 years, and I normally shave every 3 weeks. So I just think maybe everyone got really used to it during the subathon. My wife says I look better with the beard. Hope you had a great break. Yeah, we watched some movies. We hung out. We did yard work. We went shopping. I did a deep clean, like an actual like disassemble of my computer, deep clean of the studio. And took the computer outside, got all the dust out, cleaned out all the fans. Just like reset everything. Growing my hair? Yeah, it's coming back. Oh, so slowly. Did you install an AC unit in there? No. I can hear the Bazaar song since you went shopping in real life. We're starting to work on the yard, so. Oh, thank you. Gnocchi. I got gnocchi. So we got some plants, some lavender bushes, and started weeding and doing stuff. Yeah, it's been nice. The turtle. Where the hell's the turtle? Far sight turtle. Lavender will help keep the squirrels away. They don't like lavender. Yeah, I like lavender too. Turtle time. I've been farming lizards, trying to get a tail. Let me know how that goes. I think we're unkillable at this area. Maybe. Are they not attacking? I'm updating my accessibility build. This is designed to be a one-button build, only minions necromancer. got a couple of these. How many move up to 2 LP? Oh. None. So I really got to throw them all out? Zero. $54. 1 LP Phantom Grips. How many did we get out of 54? 0. You forgot to turn on the streamer client. Well, I can't use it all the time. Can't use that all the time. And people will know. I don't want anyone to get suspicious. You know? What do you mean they already know? That means tomorrow. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow we got the dev stream. Nope. Any body armor will do. Trent. You're saying people are already suspicious? I don't think so. Look how bright it is outside. It is very bright. Very bright. Turns back to doxing himself. What? All right. Food done. Turtle ran. Low life engaged. What am I gonna do with all the free time now? It probably seems like I'm gonna have so much free time, but it just switches back to daily streams, YouTube work, and really website work. So now all the back-end stuff for the website goes back to number one, building relationships with other writers, starting to talk to other game studios, the development meetings and design meetings with the creators. It's just the hours of work time do not change. Just what I am doing changes. But there is more free time. So during the subathon, I don't have my evenings, where now I kind of get my evenings back. What's up, Yasmin? Ugh. Yeah, Yasmin, now that the subathon's over, oh buddy, hope you're ready. Thanks for updating the accessibility build. I'm the carpal tunnel. My carpal tunnel is angry. Yeah. That's what this is gonna be the next build. This has been requested for a long time. I haven't updated this build in over a year. So we're gonna work on this for the next one. Only minions. But I want to get it really like set this time. Wow, Aaron, love the new look. Pro fresh. Oh, brother. I decided I wanted to, instead of being the wise old man, turn into the punk kid. So this is where we're at right now. Bring it on, you know we're ready for everything. That I do, sir. That I do. Looks really good, man. Thank you. Yeah, the beard is gone. All right, guys, it'll only take a minute. I'm just going to quickly see if there's any exanguous. It'll only take a second.
He's back in the bazaar again.
I'm not even in the bazaar. I'm not even in the bazaar. I'm just going to look. You guys. I have 6 billion gold. I'm just looking for a second. Guys? You want me to check for you? No, you wouldn't know what to look for. Back in the bazaar again. There is a 3 LP exanguous. It's 1 billion gold. 1 billion gold. Who could possibly afford that? 2 LP is free. You found a 6 LP one? That's it? Only 6 LP? Were you even trying? Were you even trying? How do you make gold? I'm broke all the time. I have 5.6 billion gold. Are you, as long as you are interacting with the bazaar, you will make gold. I love gold. Gold dupes? No, there's no gold dupes this season. All right. No. Why are these so expensive? Song. I already played the song. That is what? 44 million for this. Oh, gosh.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
Okay, now you're upsetting me.
loser. We're going shopping.
Now you're I was here. Now I'm here. You don't want to move any farther than that. You don't want to move any farther than that. All we need is 5 tiers in 6 potential. That's not that hard. 5 tiers in 6 potential. We could do it, right? It's gone. What are the chances we could hit it perfect? That would be wild. All we need is love. It's only 2. Did you get a new haircut? I had to shave my head for the subathon. 10,000 sub goal was shave my head. You forgot to use the streamer client. Guys, I can't always use the streamer client, okay? Gosh. I mean, there is no streamer client. Saber, remember me when I said Ellie looked meh before the Woven season and I didn't know if I wanted to play? I've been playing the last few days. It's not PoE, but it has its positives. Quite a fun game. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I mean, if you care about quality of life at all, it is the king of quality of life. All right, if we hit... There's only 2 good options. If we hit health percent and int... I'm cheating, okay? If we hit int and health, I'm cheating. And what's crazy is we hit the double suffix, which would have been insane if the double suffix was T5, but we ran out of forging potential. Cheater! What do you mean cheater? I didn't hit it. Guys? Guys? It doesn't even move the ward at all. Preemptive cheater. Oh, brother. It has incredible potential. Last Epoch has incredible potential? Last Epoch is incredible. It's already incredible. It has the best quality of life of any action RPG. It has the best loot filter. It has the best stash. It has the best inventory. Has the best crafting. Has the best itemization. Has the best endgame build variety. Arguably the best pacing. I mean, it's incredible. It's also the most fun. Well, of course. Yeah. It has its built-in faction system. Like, it's unbelievable. new player friendly. I'm really gonna be honest, I'm really excited for the guild system that's coming in the future. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Something that's really hard for me when I'm playing action RPG games now is any game where you pick up every item. Man, it's like those ones are getting more and more like, no, Aaron, you have to pick up everything so you can disassemble it. Aaron, you have to pick up everything so you can recombine it. You have to pick up it, you know, like that kind of stuff is just, I feel like I'm so spoiled. I mean, it will take me all day to fill this inventory one time of gear that I pick up. Does that mean you're not progressing? No. I'm picking up tons of crafting materials and shatters and, you know, it's so different. Aaron, I just watched your solo raptor video. Do you think with new gear, your pack raptor build is on the same level? It's close. So during that stream, I tested both. We played Sabertooth, Raptor Pack, Solo Raptor, Squirrels, Spirit Wolves. We literally went through all the companions. I think the strongest one was Solo Raptor. I pushed it the farthest. It's really good. And you have more survivability because you're not dual wielding, so you're not taking the 9% multiplicative damage, which is great. So are you done with DR? I don't know. The problem is I don't really like Necro, and I'm not going to change stances, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do with DR. Going to DR, we would... So, like, if today was a DR stream, I would drop down to Rupture 85, grind that for 5 hours. Probably 4 or 5 hours of grinding Rupture 80. Knock out all the dailies, run Catacombs for upgrades. And then after all the dailies and the 4 or 5 hours of grind, try and push to 115. That's what I would do. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying like I really wanted to go into the Necro season to see what's new and what's fresh. You gotta remember, this is my like 10th, 11th season of playing. I normally play Magery. I don't even know why I pick up these damn rings anymore. We need to put something new in there. We won't be able to sell them, but I did snag something from the bazaar before stream. Cleaver Solution 3LP. Huh? DR's more of an idle game. The way I play it, it isn't idle. Like logout macro being level 600. Like, I don't know if he's playing it active or if he logs in and he can walk away and come back. I have no idea. I know that's how Tech plays it. Literally sets up his character where he doesn't have to move. And then like, you know, 10 minutes, log in, times you out back to the castle, log in, 10 minutes. Someone told me you can't, like you'll die. I have no idea. Absolutely not. I'll be playing it tonight on stream, and you can see that I do not idle. So you're level 600 actively playing. How many hours have you put in this season? You can't idle at Rupture 100. I don't think I'm level 600. Oh, that's what Exatheus said. Exatheus said logouts at 600, which just made me think, damn, that is very impressive. $520, Rupture 134. Did you get some good upgrades from the bridge? Actually, you're past the bridge now. I set up AFK. Every 10 minutes I start a Rupture, Archer Rain, Chain Lightning, stand in the corner. How in the world did you learn that? I don't even know how I would idle. Really nice bridge upgrade. I'm at 5 billion. I played a lot of idle games, I see. Our gear is garbage. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, don't go to the bazaar. Don't go to the bazaar. You don't need anything. You don't need it. You don't. Just forget it. All right. We can hear you. What? Hear me what? What are you talking about? Hear me. If you go, we need this song. I've already played this song. This isn't a subathon. We're not listening to songs. Okay, you're getting angry. Okay, you might need the bazaar. No, I don't need it. Jeez. You found him. He's ranked 3rd in archery. Aaron, I think you need a Snickers from the bazaar. I were new here, I think Aaron hates streaming. What? What? Who, me? I'm just still coming off the almost 41 days of Subathon. That's all. Goose. Duh. I'm curious how much this will boost. Okay. Standing still. 4380 board. 4380. It went up 10. Literally did nothing. You need more life. What is that? Poison, int. Did nothing. Ward, log out. This is different. I'm building my accessibility build. This doesn't count. This does not count. Okay. Log out. Quit complaining and entertain us. Oh, brother. This doesn't count. LP Phantom Grip. Shh, nobody will notice. Just go quietly. Go quietly. Shh, don't say anything. Just keep it to yourself. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. No, Ghost, I'm not. Ghost, don't say. Shh, don't say anything. Ghost. Aaron, if you want Subathon metrics, what % of time versus shopping? There is no Zool. Wait, what? I mean shopping. Guys? Guys? Ghostbusters? What? I didn't say anything. All right. Classic movie. There is no Dana, only Zool. All right, fine. You could listen to the song. Here you go.
Stream is live, chat says go. Aaron's deep in the scrolling flow. Tabs on tabs, gear to chase. He's not fighting, he's marketplace. Boots, a belt, maybe a ring. Doesn't even need the thing. Just one more, he starts to say, but he's shopping the whole day. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the boss, forget the plan. He's back in the bazaar again. abuse. Clicking tabs and losing time. That stash tab life is feeling fine. Gameplay soon, nah my friend. It's scroll to no end. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the boss, forget the plan. He's back in the bazaar again. Filters tight, eyes on glow. Crit and life, that's how it go. Game on hold, stream on fire. Buying gear is his true desire. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the boss, forget the plan. He's back in the bazaar again.
You guys, I'm working on an accessibility build. You know, I should get a free pass for being such a good guy, you know? Is that count or no? That just made my day. Thank you, sir. You're very welcome. Very, very welcome. No free pass. 1 billion gold, please. 1 billion? Two LP Last Steps of the Living is literally 500 million gold. All right, 2 LP Exanguious, 2 LP Last Steps of the Living. A ring to slam, another ring to slam if I wanted to.
Yes. Hello?
Guess we could try and get lucky. I've got so many of them. Okay. Oh, how long did it take for the MG market get to having enough in the pool to reach 1 billion? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I wish there was a way to look at stats, because I have, you know, 5.5 billion gold. What would be more interesting is how much I've spent. Because you could be like, damn, Aaron, like, you're such a hoarder. Like, why don't you ever spend any of your gold? And it's like, you know, I've made 28, 29 builds. I would guess I've spent billions. Literally billions and billions of gold. I've probably spent, I don't know, 4 or 5 billion. All right. Int. Health and necrotic res. Miss. No, don't go to work. That's not fun. All right, have a good day at work. See ya. No, I only use the streamer client when it's like a big launch or something, you know. We're gonna miss this one too. Hit it. 156 to health with T5 intelligence. Hit. Got it. 2 to minion skills, 4 to critical strike. Get out of here. All right, we got one. We are now over 8,000 wards standing still. Now what? Well, we need to slam our 2 LP Last Steps of the Living. What do you need for that? What I need for that is a T7 Boots Hybrid Health. Boots T7 Hybrid Health. I expect this pair of boots will cost 100 million gold. Is my guess. $1 trillion billion gold. Oh no, no forging. Look at these. No forging potential. No. 21. Movement dodge. Movement dodge. 21 is nothing. Strength. Dodge. Bad roll. Have to re-roll it. Attunement vitality. Cold. It's a good roll on hybrid. That is interesting. You need to go away. Thank you. Doesn't like when you craft in the bazaar. Doesn't like it. Linda, listen. All right, let's see. So, Stav, you're liking Dwarven Realms? It's fun. I know it is. Okay. Sweet. Vitality, good roll. Hybrid health, almost perfect. And it's got a base health roll on it. That's a good roll. Now what we would want is this to chaos into movement speed. Or intelligence. Intelligence or movement speed. Intelligence first try. Okay. Sweet. Definitely worth the $6. That's what I said. That's what I said. It's a fun little game. It's always nice when you're slamming something and there's no bad outcome. You just know you're going to get an upgrade, kind of. All right, the lowest possible roll, Last Steps of the Living. It's only at 11, but, you know, they all can't be winners. Hybrid Health, Seal. Vitality at 8 with an almost perfect hybrid. Movement speed would have been great, but... Oh my gosh. It lowers us, log out. Oh, it's so brutal. Even with the higher roll on hybrid and the vitality, since this one is 11 and this one is 15, it lowers us. Oh, that is brutal. It's still worse. I didn't even test it. I should have tested it. Whoops. All right, last item. So, Aaron, what have you done so far? Literally accomplished 0. Why crying? Why crying? Just re-roll the legendary? Why crying? Okay. Well, you would need another 2 LP, Last Steps of the Living. We have 1. Okay, let's Salted. I just like crying, okay? Just so you know. I just beat Abby with the Racing Strike Void Knight. What would be another fun class to play? I mean, fun, Shade. First off, congratulations. It depends what you like. If you like Sentinel, you could just jump to Judgment Paladin. It's probably what's gonna... Anything... Since you started with the Racing Strike Void Knight, anything you switch to is going to feel a lot weaker unless you go to, like, stay in the upper meta progression. What the hell do I want? Oh, I want health. Percent. T7. Class. Acolyte. Is this a good starter action RPG like Diablo? Never played these. Yeah, this is a great one. Yeah. Just like Diablo, Path of Exile, Torchlight, Titan Quest. Yeah, this is a real good one. This is a good one. Man, it's already got double life on it. Minion Fire. 65 million. Yeah, this is my favorite action RPG. I really like it, and I have played all of them. Most of them. A lot of them. All right, screw it. We're not going to mess with this right now. Let's get back to the dying. Man, it's weird. We're almost at 5 hours on the stream. We're at 4.5 hours. And because of the subathon, I feel like I'm like just starting. It's weird. Okay. What's the most fun build you've played Season 2 regardless of power? Oh, I like Cocaine Bear. Yeah. Summon Bear Beastmaster. Having a big bear ripping people's faces off. Yeah, we don't look at, like, when I'm playing a build, like, power is the last question that I ask. Like, I don't care about that. We try to play what's fun. We haven't made it to the best part yet. Aaron After Dark, that is the best part. Right now I'm working on my accessibility build. So this is something that I've made a couple of times, and I haven't updated it in over a year. So basically people that are looking for one-button builds or something very easy they could play on controller. This is my only Minions Necromancer. So literally you could teleport if you want, or you could just run, and all you do is use one button, which is zombies. So your minions do the rest. Trying to juice it up a little, this version. Wonder if this is good on Steam Deck. I doubt it. Probably tough, right, with all the minions. Yeah, I make it for people like Frosty LaRue. Frosty, how's work going? Golem is good on Steam Deck. That's what we've been using while you travel. You want to try the new Elden Ring game out? The new Elden Ring? Are you saying you're trying Elden Ring? Work sucks. It's the same. Dude, what you should do is play some Monster Hunter Wilds today. That's your jam. You should play some... That'll get you all psyched up. You should just play some Wilds. Keep putting chill on me on this level. Wilds was too easy. I need to wait for a master rank fight. I see. You were just too good. Everybody, tomorrow's stream, we have the last Epoch dev stream. So we'll watch that together like always. I was the best, in fact, ranked #1 Wilds player who makes parody videos for D4. No, I think you were ranked 2. I think you were ranked 2. Hey, in all seriousness, Frosty, did you play any D4 PTR Season 9? Or at least has anybody played it and said it's any good? Or have an opinion on it? I downloaded it twice and uninstalled before ever opening the game. I got about 20 minutes in and closed the game. That's a funny story. I needed room for Fallout 4, then needed room for Elden Ring. You didn't try it one time? I almost did. Then I went to Project Diablo 2. I see. I see. Now let's try this again. I asked if the Diablo 4's #1 superfan tried D4 Season 9 PTR. And the answer was no. If Hydra is busted in Season 9, I'll be playing D4 Season 9. I like turret builds now. Thanks to Storm Totem Shaman from last Epoch. I see. He's been spoiled. One hot ginger with the tier 1 sub. What's up, sir? Thank you. How are you doing? Are you feeling all right? I know losing the subathon was a big hit to you. Just wanted to double check, see if you're all right. What do sprinters eat before they race? Nothing, they fast. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Therapy is working slowly, but I'll get there. Yesterday, I was on OBS filming the Grim Dawn video, and I saw your message, and I responded. I don't know if you saw it. It's pretty funny. I'm doing pit 115-ish in PTR. Pretty damn good. You're having fun? There was a funny bug that Riker saw in his playthrough where the Spiritborn was moving really weird. It was glitchy. Aaron, you hear about this one spoiled streamer that recently ended a subathon and every day his awesome wife would make him food, drinks, and coffee? No, I didn't hear that one. Who is it? Sounds like a douche. Rax and Rob have been all over it, so they definitely know about it. Roderick's spells are giga broken, so it might sneak by. Any can send me what build can kill Uber more fast? I don't know. We don't fight Uber Aberoth. Take a lap? Yeah, I saw it, dude. Okay, good. I just wanted you to know you're not alone. Trevor's using foul language. In breaking news, Aaron has earned enough gold and MG to buy 11th hour games. That's right. Took us a while, but we got there. No, I didn't get to see it. There's ones I approve and deny, and there's others that are auto-denied. I don't know what that one was. Sun Seal, Phantom. Stop giving me rings. I want to kill Uber Aberoth with speed. Speed. What's the like 2-second Uber Aberoth kill build now? What is it? Time Rot? It's Time Rot. I recommend using Time Rot. That's what I would use. What's up, Tekken? Yeah. You look like a baby. That's right. I went to old grumpy wisdomous man to jerk kid, you know. Like that. I don't like it when they put chill on me. Someone on Reddit posted a bug form druid kill, and it was on the online client. Someone killed Uber Aberoth online in seconds. Poison bug right now, you could stack them. A few people are making the build after the clip that went around. Ah. So it's just another bugged build, right? I think Time Rot the only build that could kill Uber Aberoth fact that is just an imbalance. Get it, a bugged build. You got it. You got it. Get it. Get it. Time Rot's about 45 seconds. There you go. Using the streamer client that doesn't exist but admitted in stream that he has turned it off. The streamer client? Yeah, I got to turn it off from time to time so you guys don't notice. Got to make sure I keep it on the DL. The down low. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Fire spell. Yep. Looks good. Okay. Out of the three major ARPGs, GGG or EHG would be the last two I'd expect to have a streamer server now. Cough, cough, Blizzard, I don't know. I think the crazier part is people actually do believe that I have a special client that I log into. I don't know. Maybe it's not crazy. Okay. Like skeletons. We're not spec'd into health regen. Show them that streamer client box. Oh, brother. We're not looking at the streamer client box, okay? We're not looking at that. Time Rot with anomaly interaction. The Time Rot goes from dot to instant with 3 points spec'd into quicksand and 1 cycle of decay for those that are curious. Yeah, and then you do giga damage. Then you're a giga damager with all that Time Rot. Solo, you're hungover from what? Celebration that the Subathon's over? Get it? It's not very funny. You've been in bed all day. Terrible. Terrible. What were you drinking? Let's hear it. Beer? Are we dead yet? What's a bug? Time rot or the poison thing? The time rod anomaly being instant instead of a dot bug. Oh, it is a... You're telling me time rod is a bug too? Haven't seen a bug around here. Everything's broken. Nowhere does it say instant. Oh, jeez. Bugs reaches for the raid. You want me to raid a guy named Bug? Raids and bugs. Mike, you get it? Because I raid at the end. Never mind. Boo this. Come on, that was a good one. That was a good one, guys. Right? Everyone? That was barely a joke. No, that was a good one. We're gonna pass dad jokes to granddad. When you get married, your jokes really become horrible. What? We raiding? Where's Topper to ban Aaron? Subathon ended. Why not the bad jokes too? Come on, guys. I'm trying here. I thought that was really clear. Like, who are we raiding? Because we're on Twitch. You know what? Sometimes I think when I explain the joke, it makes it less funny too. I don't know though for sure. You're trying our patience, guys. Okay, new question for the people that, like the people that follow all the Reddit stuff. What is a build that currently can kill Uber Aberoth comfortably that will not be balanced next season? Not a bug, not a this is broken. Because every time I hear, oh yeah, that's a bug. Yep, that's also a bug. Yep, that's not supposed to do that. Something that could beat Uber Aberoth, and you'll be able to beat Uber Aberoth with it next season. Multi-smite. Multi-smite. Paladin, right? It's got to be a paladin. Thanks. Honestly, a racing strike is a tad overpowered, but you still have to play all the mechanics. Lightning Blast? Is Lightning Blast or Spark Charge? Spark Charge beating it? Is that what it is? Smythe. Oh, jeez. Moxie had a Void Smite build. Spark Charge. That's what I'm using. Void Smite. Moxie's build? A Moxie build? Need some pretty good gear, though. All right. Forget Sentinel, because we all know Sentinel's going to get beat up. They already said that. I'll rephrase my question. A build that could kill Uber Aberoth at a regular rate, right? A regular rate that will not be nerfed next season. They've already said Sentinel's getting reeled in because it's off the graph stronger than everything else. So that should be a blanket Sentinel nerf, which is what should happen. Lightning Blast, Shatter Strike, Hail of Arrows. Got it. Okay. Shatter Strike? It's just not healthy for a game. It's like, it would be like D4 leaving Spiritborn the way it is, you know? It's not good for the game. They even came out and said it's not good for the game and it's killing player retention. Shatter Strike players can do it if they are technically skilled beyond belief. It's so funny. I was just thinking, like, Shatter Strike's killing Uber Abbey? That's pretty... I was like, how the hell do you stay alive? That's got to be like double red ring for sure. Where else can you get DR? I die on Sentinels all the time to bosses. Apparently I'm not playing them right. They just, like, a lot of their sustain is almost built into the class where other things need to work for it. Cyborg is the king of Shatter Strike. Yeah, but that's like, you know, he's only played one. I mean, I'm not saying he only plays, but yes, that is like his skill. What beautiful game is this? What's up, Blaster? There's 1 minute kills on it though, Shatter Strike? In online play, every time I ask, is the 1 minute kills in online play, people normally say no, it's offline. More often than not, that's what they say. Blaster, what are you up to, man? Happy Thursday. Okay, so that's fine. I believe you. Shatter Strike, Lightning Blast, Hail of Arrows. Okay, 3. Builds that will not be nerfed that could kill Uber Aberoth right now for next season. That's 3. Yeah, they already said they're reeling in. It's so far off the graph they have to bring it in. Yeah, they already said they're doing that, but they're not going to do it till the season. So you guys, they said enjoy your power for the season. Yeah, they're not going to nerf mid-season. Mike did a whole picture. He said, here's the good stuff. Here's the bad stuff. Here's Sentinel. And this is how we want to balance it. So Sentinel will still be the best, but it'll be the best by a little bit. It won't be off the chart. Yeah, they need to bring it in like, I don't know, 40, 50%, something like that. See you later, Aaron. Time to go home from work and play some LE. That's what I like to hear. Drive safe, sir. Safe travels. Conspiracy theory. Do you think developers add Uber Aberoth like changes to find builds they need to nerf? I think it's part of it. They already did that. I mean, they didn't. Here's the truth. They didn't need Uber Aberoth for that. They just look at the arena ladders and popular build. They already had that data. They already had that data. for sure. But this was Uber Aberoth was designed for the 1% of the 1%. So it's, hey, like for the ultra sweaty tryhards, we're gonna give you something fun. It was first designed to be unkillable. So like, you know, try and kill this training dummy. Good luck. And people love those kinds of challenges. And then they kind of made it where it's killable. But it has to be perfect gear, ultra meta progression, or bugs. So it just, you know, it's just what it is. It's for the 1% of the 1%. I can only think of like 3 builds that won't be changed next season that could comfortably do it now. There you go. 3. And I would venture to guess that all those builds are using double red ring that are 1 LP with Orin's Eye, probably 1 ring, or amulet. I would guess those builds are like decked out as well. It's not just make this build. Like you need all this crazy other stuff. Yes, yeah, exactly. I will play offline forever so my scent never gets nerfed. Why would you want... Why does it matter so much? It's not good for the health of a game to have something off the charts in power over everything else. It's just not, you know. Like you just gotta, like, balancing in action RPGs is a season over season, and hopefully each season the balance gets a little better. Like, at least that's the idea. Obviously there's never perfect balance, everybody knows that, but you don't want Spiritborn and everything else to feel terrible. But if you don't want to try hard, you could play anything in offline mode and just crush. Like, it doesn't have to be Sentinel. If I was a dev, I would do this. Well, of course. Of course. I mean, any build that could kill Uber Aberoth, the first thing I would look at is this legit? So, well, one, is it online? So are they playing, you know, knowing on an online client, so they're not manipulating files? The first thing I'd look at. Second thing I would look at is, are they killing them based upon any bugs or unintended mechanics, things that need to be fixed? And then it's like, okay, they're online. There are no bugs whatsoever on this build, whether it's passive skills or gear. Then you talk about, all right, does this, like, where's the damage or sustain coming from? And yeah, sometimes it'll be legit. Yeah, we don't need to touch this. This person has literally a month's worth of 500 hours of perfect gear. That's literally exactly what we want. This person tried hard. They gave it their all. They got all these items, and that's why they were able to do it by learning the fight. Those builds should stay. But the person that looks up a guide, throws it in there, walks in, one-shots Aberoth, like, all that needs to go. For sure. Killed Uber Aberoth 3 times. One with a random person for help. Second was a solo kill. Third was a IRL friend who wanted to kill him as much as myself. Did he carry you or did you carry him? Krumik, what about Dive Bomb Falconer? Is that thing still crushing? Or after the update, did it take a pretty big hit? I haven't heard any grumblings. It's still broken? Okay. Man, I just want season 3. I don't care what they do. Oh, I'm sorry. I do care. I want the upgrade for Lich, the upgrade for Necro, and for them to remove snapshotting. That's literally it. Drop the season. Those 3 things. I'll be happy. Oh, man, that is going to be so great. Warlock. Oh, no, Warlock's not getting touched. Warlock's brand new. Warlock is brand new. Yeah, Lich and Necro are literally 6 years old. They're so old. They have the oldest passive trees. Lich is missing a skill. They have no damage reduction. Warlock is literally probably getting 0. I would guess 0. Warlock is the worst. Warlock is the worst at what? What do you mean? Warlock is... Stygian Cole is so hard for me to play. Oh man, is that one hard to play. I have 1,200 hours on Warlock in the highest end game. Please trust me on this. He was good in 1.0. I mean, I guess I just don't really understand. Like, there is Beastmaster and Shaman and Necro and Lich that you're talking about. These are classes that don't even have a 5th skill, that don't even have a threshold node on their passive tree. Warlock is, it's essentially a brand new class. I mean, there's for sure nothing coming for Warlock. I mean, I don't say for sure. I mean, maybe another unique or something, but there's not going to likely be any changes to the class. Like, their dev time is going into all the old stuff. Why is Stygian Cole so hard for you to play, Aaron? Because of this. That's why. That is what it sounds like playing Stygian Cole. That is literally the build. Honey, do we have a straight jacket? That's probably better. You play it for a few hours, you're literally about to just want to blow your brains out. Loud noises! That's what it's... Go listen to it. That's literally the build. Over, and that sound never stops. After a few hours, I mute the game. You're not wrong. Exactly. Honey, do we have a straight jacket? That's probably better. Oh, that was so loud. I don't know what Guilty did with all the blurp audio. Yeah. Yeah. It's exactly how it sounds. I'm sorry. It's a very strong build. I've made the build and posted the build. But yeah, it's rough. I got used to it. Guilty upped it on purpose. He probably did. So satisfying. Aaron gives Drain Life a bad name. Go play it. You can listen to it for yourself. It's like listening to the exploding Moto minions on Destroyer Moto for Torchlight Infinite. I can't play that build either. Tink, 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 tink. Seriously crazy. That one's 100 times worse than Stygian Coal because that one happens in town. It literally never turns off. Honey, do we have a straight jacket? That's probably better. That sounds better. I think what sucks about Stygian Coal too is like, it is a good build. It is a strong build. Like thematically, it's like so dumb. I want to be a dual wielding, melee hitting Reaper. I just want to be like ripping people's faces off as a Reaper, you know? I don't want to be... Honey, do we have a straight jacket? That's probably better. I don't know why his are so loud. Like, that's what I want. I don't want to be this, like, circle the enemy and shoot them as a Reaper. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm like... I don't know, that's a weird one. Oh my gosh, we're just why don't the enemies ever run towards you? We're just chasing this guy in a circle. He still doesn't see us. Oh, God. It's ignoring your volume settings? I don't know. Yeah, I've never heard anybody say that Warlock needs an update. Okay. Also, you 100% bald now? Well, I mean, I shaved my head for the 10,000 sub goal. Wife told me to shave, so I shaved. So we turned back into 25-year-old Aaron. Aaron, is there any way to build corruption fast, not on an alt? I mean, did you watch my building corruption video? You still need glyphs of envy and needles, but that is the best way to do it. That is the best way to do it. Teaches you how to trigger shade, trigger the boss, stuff like that. Build Gaze of Oribus. If it's your first character, it should take a little bit of effort to start building corruption, but your alts are like so quick.
Meow.
What in the world is that? What are you doing, Guilty? Trying to fix the volume settings being ignored. Clip it. don't like that blurb. Come on, Ducko. What? Don't be scared of the cat blurb.
Sorry, I can't focus when there's gold to be made.
You can focus when there's gold to be made. That's why I have so much of it. What is the Dwarven Realms redemption code? Yes, Aaron. Here, I'll type it for you. Aaron RPG $. That'll get you my golem from last Epoch in Dwarven Realms. All right, thanks, Guilty. I missed the timer. Normal streams are 5 to 6 hours. Right now we're at 5 hours and 15 minutes. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It feels like nothing. Dude, a 6-hour stream feels like nothing. Like we're just getting started. That is crazy. Tomorrow we'll be live for the last Epoch dev stream. Really want to mess with Aaron, make the volume. 12 hours is now core. Yeah, nice try. No, don't do that. Don't mess with the volume. When is the next Subathon? Why do I keep getting that question? There is no more Subathons. There's only Zool. I mean, there is no more. Guys, we're done with Subathons. You hear me? Guys? Guys? Honestly, I think one Subathon a year is maybe is good. I don't know. I don't know if I could do a Subathon 3. Every time I tell myself I would learn, actually Subathon 4 from the last one. I feel like if I was gonna do another Subathon, I think I would sleep on camera. Oh yeah, right. I don't know. I think I'd set up a mattress and just... All right, literally the clock never stops. No freaking way. What, you don't think I can do it? Sure, I can do it. You don't think I can do it? No, it'll never go as far as Subathon 2. No. No way. How will you get to 100 days? I don't want it to go 100 days. How will you get to 100 days? Oh, jeez. Maybe we should have started Subathon 3 right now. Just screw it. I'll re-download the clock. We'll just kick it off right now. It'll be Subathon 3 for it'll be titled Subathon 4 Subathon is Core. It kind of rhymes. Why not? Yeah, why not? Why not? Revenge of the Fence? Oh, jeez. Cool, I've got my slogan for the next time. Oh, brother. I feel like every last Epoch season, there will be an event of some kind. Saying it's a subathon is silly though. We didn't do a season 1 subathon. Every other makes sense unless there's a long break. I would guess we are getting season 3 in August. I'm guessing August. I've done a 24-hour stream. We did a 24-hour stream for what? I don't even remember what it was. August seems a little far. I think August, right? Uh-oh. What, baby? Kids are play fighting. Late July, August, 3 to 4 months. Yeah. Is this some updated Golemancer build? No. I'm working on my accessibility build. This is my only minions. It's a build that's requested quite often. The idea is that it's a one-button build for people that need accessibility options. We're just working on this. It's a popular build from back in the day that I haven't updated in a while, and I've gotten a couple requests for it, so I thought this would be a good one to update next. Gave it a little extra flavor this time around by using a set. There's only one thing you can truly synergize for Necro, and that is fire. Fire Golem, fire zombies, fire wraiths, fire skeletons, fire mages. So you go all fire caster with one golem generating threat, and all you do is make zombies. But we're using Pebble's set, which gives your skeletons basically 42 base fire. No ignite. It's crit build. If it was ignite, we would have to use Dragon Flame Edict, which then you couldn't use Pebble set. Wish we could make void minions. No void minions in the game right now. Nada. Yeah, no void minions. Sucks. It sucks. Right now I'm testing it at 400 corruption.
Last only minions is right around 300. So I'm seeing if we could get this one into the more of the 4-5 with this update. I don't even see what kill. 1 overkill damage. Man, I wish we could have void minions too. There are void squirrels from the shrine. That is true. See, you could spec into void minion damage and then hope you pull your shrine. There you go. That's a very bad idea. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. Wait, I don't think warriors deal necrotic damage either. No. No. Death Knights are necrotic. Wraiths are necrotic. Zombies are necrotic. Golem is physical. And warriors are probably physical. Yeah. What's up, Freeze? Hello. I didn't even do it as Barry. He did it himself. Well, like it's core. No, just... What build should we play tomorrow? Find something to play tomorrow. What chest are you using on this guy? Exanguius for low life. Whenever I really want to make, whenever I make an accessibility build, I want it to be as like easy as possible. Gearing out low life is very simple. It's kind of my thought. Wait, where is Aaron? Who's that without a beard? You guys, I normally don't have a beard. The beard was just grown out over the, I mean, it was probably 10 days before I shaved and then another, 40 days on the subathon. I didn't shave the whole subathon. See, and I went from an old, cranky, wisdomous guy to now a punk kid. You look so young, that's what everybody says. I look so much younger. Now nobody trusts me. Finally, Aaron looks like himself. Now you can recognize me. Younger and creepier. I see. I'm working on my only minions. Only minions. Going okay. I'm using a new pebble set we built. Wonder where damage is at. Have you played Spellblade this season? I have not played any Spellblade. What have I not played any of? I've played no Spellblade, no Lich. That's it. I think that's it. No, the pebbles only applies to the skeletons. Aaron, I have sent a Twitter post about the new Betrayal League improvements for PoE 1, and GGG just posted. And it's the PoE section in your Discord. All right, thank you. I'm trying to figure out ways to squeeze extra damage out of the build. Pebble set made sense since we use skeleton archers. Skeleton archers have a 75% multiplicative damage here. They have an additional 80% multiplicative damage there. And then I threw the bow and spell T7 on the wand for base and minion fire. And you're getting an additional 42 skeleton base. So trying to boost up their damage a little bit. Hooray, I no longer need to talk. To June? By June? Why? You done with June? PoE thing? Aaron, why do you look so different today? I'm Aaron's son. He's not even here right now. Duh. Everybody knows that. It's because my beard is gone. It's because, listen, I got this thing called sleep, and I shaved. That's it. And these are normally the glasses I wear at nighttime. I'm like a whole new person now that the subathon's over, you know? Bro's using IRL cosmetics. That's right. That is correct. Aaron, when's the next Subathon season 3? I'm not committing to another Subathon for season 3. Not committing to that. Aaron, you've seen the Serpent Venom Druid. Probably another build that can do Uber Aberoth that won't get nerfed. Is that the one where everybody is like, it stacks indefinitely or whatever, and then it pops? That one? Unless wifey tells him. I can't remember if that one, the node is supposed to scale indefinitely or not. I don't remember. There was like 48 hours where people are like, dude, why is the bazaar so broken? I'm looking for druid stuff. And I'm like, druid stuff? And someone's like, yeah, poison swarmblade. I'm like, poison swarmblade? And then someone else is like, dude, I'm playing druid. And I'm like, poison swarmblade? They're like, yeah. And then there's like at least 5 or 6 people. I'm like, what is this poison swarmblade? Are you using Serpent Strike? And they go, yeah, there's this node that scales indefinitely. I'm like, what? A node that scales indefinitely that could kill Uber Aberoth? If it is a singular node. So like if Uber Aberoth is being beat by one node, not gear, not insane progression, it'll for sure get nerfed. If it really is one node, that'll likely be nerfed. If it requires like 20 different things, then it might be okay. I think it could stack 999 times. Yeah, that is for sure wrong. If that's what it is. Because that also means you need to build it up, right? So you build up 999 stacks before you fight Aberoth. Yeah. That's I don't know what it is. I haven't looked at it, just what people tell me. That's all I hear. Poison Swarmblade indefinite scaling. I would say it's bugged. I get it. It's a bug. Double meaning. Is it Binna's build? Oh, I don't know. I don't look at other creators. Binna was playing a poison build? Yeah. I use Serpent Strike to spam summon totems that stack mad poison stacks. Planning to do that one in season 3. A poison Swarmblade. So let me talk about Raptor for a second. Raptor has a node that when it kills an enemy, it gets a multiplicative damage bonus. When it kills an enemy. And that damage can stack, but it only lasts for 10 seconds. So when you're in a monolith and you're killing lots of enemies, the damage ramps up through the roof. It's what makes Solo Raptor so strong. But that bonus does zero, like nothing, versus single targets. So for example, in an Uber Aberoth fight, since it's based upon kill, not hit, it does nothing, which is why it's balanced. But if there is something that scales on hit infinitely that gives multiplicative damage, I mean, that is broken, if that's what it is doing. Aaron, you ever flown internationally with a toddler? No. What do you think? I'm out of my mind? No. Yeah, I think you are right. Thanks for the comment. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's all right. I'm going with family to Japan next month. Normally, the problem with flying with youngsters at a young age is the cabin pressure affecting their ears. So their ears hurt, which causes their head to hurt. And if they're young, you can't get them to stop crying. It's like almost next to impossible. So they just cry from the cabin pressure. Doesn't matter how much you hold them or rock them, or it doesn't matter. That still happens to me, and my ears will hurt for a few days after a flight. Yeah. But imagine like a 2-year-old, right? That doesn't understand. Yeah, it's brutal. How's performance on season 2? It's not perfect. It is their best performing season in the history of the studio, though. So from a multiplayer, from a server stability, from an optimization standpoint, not perfect for sure. It's the best the game has ever been, though. I've probably played it now, I don't know. I would guess 550 to 600 hours this season. Bye, Aaron and Chad. Gotta get some sleep for work. No. Come by tomorrow for the dev stream. You gotta teach them to pop their ears. A toddler? Teach a toddler to pop their ears? You've never flown with a toddler. It's brutal, man. It is brutal. All those tricks work until they don't. Till they don't. It. All right. You said you had something small for Aaron? He donated 500 bits. I'm guessing it's his leftover stuff. Maybe.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
We're not going shopping. I'm just putting this little crap up for sale at the end of the stream, silly. That doesn't count, right? Look, we're only down to 881 items for sale. That's nothing. Guys. We still have all this I'm supposed to post, though. All of this is supposed to go up for sale. Ugh, I don't want to. I don't want to. All right, everybody. I think that's going to do it for today. Wookie, hello, Aaron and everybody. How's being free again treating you? Wookie Bears. It feels weird. So I took 2 days off. Posted a video this morning, and it's like, all right, let's get back to streaming. One, everybody doesn't recognize me because my beard is gone. So there's that. Two, we're approaching 6 hours on today's stream. And it just feels like nothing. You know what? We're not at 6 hours. We're going to stream another 15 minutes. We'll go another 15 minutes. We could do that. Yeah, we could do that. Dude clearly went crazy with freedom because he shaved. No, the wife said, time to shave. She goes, you with a bald head and a beard? You look more angry. I was like, do you want me to shave it? My wife always wants me to shave it, just FYI. Someone turn the clock back on. What? You guys, we just can't have a clock on forever. Jeez. You should go fishing with Hog anyways. Yeah, you think I should book a plane ticket to Georgia? Rent a car? Get a hotel for the night? Spend a day on the lake with Hog? Yes. Yeah, think of our entertainment. Oh, brother. Just bunk, just hit a pog. Hey, I'm gonna sleep at your house. This time of year, he'd probably rather come to Idaho. Bring Hog to Hootaho. It's bright out. Woo! It's bright for even me looking at it. How does it feel without the zombies on the belt? Oh, I never use zombies on the belt. Turtle. Man, I would love to go fishing with Hog. I wish we were like neighbors. Idaho to Georgia is not an easy flight. Big sky, yes, very big sky. What's up, Turtle? You can pull Samuel L. Jackson, surprise, mother. 2 LP cleaver solution. Time to get back on the Slowromancer grind. I feel like if there's any game I want to play right now that I didn't get to play at all, not even log into, I believe it is V Rising. And going into the Oakvale update. I feel like that's the only one where I was excited to play and I literally didn't even log in. I think that's the only one. Tomorrow will for sure be Last Epoch again because we have the Last Epoch dev stream. No, I don't think I'm gonna go. I don't even think the fact that they're already getting ready to like announce the next season and we watch that. I just don't even. I don't know. Torchlight. I get so high on games and then I start coming down. It's like, man, I look at all the Torchlight stuff and then I see all what people are playing. It's just like these running simulators. Like the game has kind of turned into a running simulator. I don't know. I feel like Torchlight, I need the excitement of a new season and a fresh start. And all of us playing together. I want to see PoE 1's league. Pushing one button is not a running simulator. I don't think they push one button in Torchlight. Right? I don't even think they hit one button. You press none. Yeah. You got it wrong. You know, right now you're playing a running simulator. Wait, Simpox, did you just get here? I thought you've been here all day. I'm literally building my accessibility build for people that need an option that is one button. You probably just got here. I've said it like 20 times. Yeah, we're updating only minions. ARPGs as a whole kind of struggle to pull my attention. I love LE because of the quality of life, but a lot of them just feel like a chore right now. I mean, maybe you're not a fan of the genre. Maybe you're just a fan of Last Epoch. Is that possible? I'm a fan of fun. Hey, I'm also a fan of fun. The only one I don't like right now is D4. I'm actually pretty hopeful Titan Quest 2 campaign will be fun. Dude, I'm hyped for D4 Season 9. I think it's going to be really good. Right? It could be good. You don't know. It might be good. The vampire powers might be fun. They're building. What? The new dungeon system is fun. Is the word you're looking for fun? Is it fun? No. It's pretty good. New dungeon system is neat. Powers are kind of cool. See? Robert on YouTube says it's fun. With the new system, can I avoid the open world? New Hydra will be fun. Yeah, you got a new Hydra. You got a super Hydra. You can always just play the campaign of D4. It's more of a standard go here instead of open world. You can choose to play it that way. After 9 seasons, though, the charm is gone. What? You don't like loading everyone's stash? They don't still do that, do they? The open world serves no purpose. Expect showing off your new horse. What about the world bosses? You got the world bosses where you get to, and the legions, and the hell tides, and the strongholds, and those big walking guys, if they're still in the game. That stuff's still there. You know.
Yes. Yes.
I only did the world bosses to complete the season's journey. I see. Why don't I like it? Diablo 4. Diablo 4. My favorite thing about action RPGs is tinkering. I do not follow build guides. So, playing with the skill trees, playing with the passives, playing with the items. In Diablo 4, it's very hard to do that. That's what makes it not fun for me. But you'll have fun when you do the same events over and over again, right? Right? Depends what the event is. I like putting a puzzle together. That's fun for me. I like it. Right. Got nothing. I don't like running from point to point and hopping off the horse just to climb down a cliff or whatever. Damn, stream ending already. It feels so short. We are at 6 hours, sir. 4 p.m. I know. I know. Dude, I am so absent. It totally makes sense what Frosty LaRue was saying now. There's a new Elden Ring today. New Elden Ring launch. Night Rain. It's co-op Elden Ring Battle Royale. It's a roguelite Elden Ring. What? I mean, I know. I know, I'm just messing around. I know. You think I didn't know about this launch? I've been waiting for it. I'm gonna play it tomorrow. Yeah. Is it out already? Buy me a copy. I'll play with you and suck alongside. I don't even know what it is. I gotta go do some. GameSpot gave it a 9, so it must be the best game ever. Well, if that's the case, it depends what IGN gave it. If IGN gave it a 10, then we can't play it. But, you know. Oh. All right, everybody. They gave it a 7. Okay, well, then it's playable. All right, everybody. I'm done for today. Tomorrow, last Epoch dev stream with senior developer Mike. They didn't have any season 3 like visual leaks to show us last week. So I would guess as every week we will get more season 3 stuff. He's going to have some stuff for us tomorrow. At least I hope so. So tomorrow we'll be back playing last Epoch for the dev stream. And then maybe we'll switch it up this weekend. I think that's the plan right now. As always, if you need anything, hit me up on Discord. There's the link. And I'm going to start working on Only Minions update. Hope you all have a fantastic night. Feels great to be back. And man, oh man, it just feels like such a short stream. Only 6 hours and 5 minutes compared to 40 days of 13 to 16 hour streams. Just crazy. All right, everybody, have a great day. I'll see you all tomorrow. See ya. Bye.